the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up
Spike is just gonna go down in time. This is not makes it
happen. Great stuff there. Oh, Dicey.
My God, J-Mo, the champion of this one.
Oh, Asadai gets the triple off the rocket as the full.
Oh, what's good, y'all? What's going on? Welcome to day 2 of the VCT Stage 2 Challengers Week 1. It's a mouthful, but listen, there's so much going on. You've got to give it an appropriate title. I'm Doug. With me is my man Lex. And Lex, we had a couple of banger matches yesterday, but it's a new day, baby. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and I think this first match of the day, Doug, might be the one we're talking about for a while. So I'm excited, looking forward to getting into it.
Listen, before we get all hot and bothered about what's before us today, why don't we talk a bit about what we saw yesterday? In fact, we're going to be talking for a while. Better yet, we'll do you one better. We have a video teed up breaking down some of what went down yesterday. Why don't you guys take a look at that?
Going to assert great control. This lockdown really sealing the deal too. Good catch this from Nitro as he shuts them all down.
Out, shot up, trying to go up over the wall, wait for it to break, and it comes out of nowhere. Oh my gosh, shot up.
Here, trying to play it off. Weiss gets the close angle, but that's a mistake. He exposes himself, and Hiko gets the second as well.
Shot up. Has to go big here. He has to tank. Oh my gosh, shot up.
Forget what I said. We got a Rolling Thunder coming out as well. Rossi in a 1v1 against Mata, who's just underneath him, and he's gonna drop right on top of him. Okay, early B push. Is it all to do here on a set, man?
My gosh, JC standing with 4, looking for the ace, and the statement's made.
That's a massive kill. It's now down to a 1v1, but it's Vanity who comes out on top. Version.
Ooh, y'all, if that doesn't get you going, if that doesn't wake you up this morning, I don't know what will. We're going to take a quick look at the bracket to see what's before us for today. As you can see at the top, you're going to have 100 Thieves duking it out against Cloud9 Blue, both off of very good wins against Andbox and Immortals, respectively. And then the one that we're going to be breaking down is going to have XSET up against Envy. XSET made quick work of Built by Gamers, and then on the other side, version 1 gave Envy a bit of a scare, a bit of a run for their money, but Envy ultimately walked away victorious, teeing up what we have today. Now, Lex, I don't want us to just talk about XSET and Envy here. I want to get your thoughts on both of the matches, right? Talk to me about Cloud9 100 Thieves, talk to me about XSET Envy and the potential matchups later on. Is there anything that's popping for you right now?
Well, hey, Cloud9 Blue, 100 Thieves, that matchup, you know, potentially getting a berth into upper bracket finals. You've got two teams that I think have had a little bit of an inconsistent past few weeks. And certainly when we're talking about Cloud9 Blue and their kind of roster building over the past month or so, there's been improvements made. They've made some strides. Certainly if you're taking down Immortals 2-1 coming into this tournament, they're doing well, right? Yeah. Can't discount that. So I think despite maybe, in my mind at least, I would put XSET and Envy as possibly being the favorites of this of the bracket entirely. I'm actually interested to see whether or not 100 Thieves and Cloud9 Blue can continue to kind of show us the progress that they've been making, you know, over the past few weeks. And certainly in this tournament, this is the place you want to showcase your best stuff, obviously. And so I think we're going to get that out of all 4 of these rosters for today, and I'm looking forward to it, Doug.
Hey, you know, I think you're right, Lex. For in a lot of ways, the story for 100 Thieves and Cloud9 is the same, right? Like, you build a roster, it's kind of working, but then it's kind of not, and you understand that it's going to take time, right? I don't want to be cliched, but you really do have to trust the process. And for both of those squads, that's a big match today. We also have a couple of studs in the lower bracket who are waiting to see how things are going to pan out. We talked about Immortals yesterday. We talked about version 1 as well. So there are a couple of good things in store for the rest of the day, but it's time. Let's talk a bit about XSET versus Envy, and let's kick things off with XSET taking a look at their roster, who they're going to be bringing into the fold. This is a roster that honestly has continued to impress, right? Like, they looked really good. They continue to build. They make their way to Masters, and then, well, things weren't so hot, but now they have an opportunity to really get back into the fold. Again, he's got Pure, Wifo, BCJ, Aaron, and then last but not least, we did. And Lex, we're going to talk about this a bit, but one of the things I'm really excited about this squad is they've made some changes to how they're approaching the game since Masters. You've got a couple of role swaps, you've got a bit of a flex that you didn't previously have otherwise, and that's exciting to see.
Yeah, I think in the side of XSET, you've got kind of a little bit more of a legacy to live up to, right? You've kind of stuck with this roster for the past few months, and you've definitely consistently risen the bar at which you're kind of measured. And I think, their success is something that a lot of other teams in the North American scene can look to as a blueprint for how to build something and make it great. So, for the side of Envy, I don't think they're going to have an easy task here today at all.
No, speaking of Envy, let's take a look at their roster as well. And Lex, I know you've spent a good bit of time looking over this team, studying this team, and it's a lot of familiar faces, maybe a different name, but familiar faces across the board. What do you got for us on Envy?
Well, you've got Victor, FNS, Crashies, Mame, and Caboose, 5 players that have been just absolutely, I think dominating is almost an understatement. They've been consistently finishing towards the top end of the North American scene for months now. And I think every time we see them, despite changing up their composition, despite, being willing to kind of push different, metas and actually being able to adapt into them, I think Envy has been a consistent, titan in the North American scene that few teams have been able to say that they've been able to hang with. So, despite the fact that they maybe have had a few close calls in this tournament so far, both against Ghost and version 1, for the side of Envy, I think I'm not overestimating their capabilities by saying that, this will be the toughest team in this bracket for XSET. But I also think this is a moment where XSET could kind of eclipse their previous success and find a weakened maybe Envy where there's changes in the meta that teams aren't necessarily up to par with.
It's going to be a good one. Let's take a look at a couple of specific players, right? Like if we were to highlight a couple of players on both of these squads, right, that we really need to watch, that we really need to keep an eye on. I think if we start off on the side of XSET, Lex, my eyes are on Weeded, and for a number of reasons, right? Like he's fun to watch. He's both really in his playstyle and on Twitter. But one of the things that I've loved about Weeded and really XSET and how they're approaching the game is we're starting to see Matt flex onto a duelist role as well. He busted out the Phoenix on Ascent yesterday against Built by Gamers, and he had himself a hell of a game. So you're seeing some of that change where he has this history of being a controller, right? Omen, he's going to whip out Astra as well, but you got a little extra spice in there, right? Like you got a little something to keep him honest with him on the Phoenix, and he balled out.
Yeah, and I think that's just kind of speaking to his depth as a player. And on the other side of things, you've got Mame, who, speaking of depth, I think one of the advantages that Envy has over a lot of other teams in North American scene is they've got an operator player, Mame in this case, who's consistently delivering on that weapon, and he can do it on just about any agent that he plays. So I think that kind of versatility and that depth that he brings to the table, being able to consistently have an impact on the round, he's going to be something that we're going to watch in this series.
Oh, and you mentioned it. That's one of the fun things about this matchup too, is a lot of what I said about Weeded, you get with Mummy, right? Like he'll whip out Omen, he'll whip out Jet. You really don't know what you're going to get, and he's able to consistently deliver across both styles. So it's going to be a ton of fun. Let's take a look at maps. We'll see where things are going to be going down across the map pool. We've got a couple of bans come through as well. So here we've got up for us in this series, we're going to be kicking things off on Haven, which both teams played yesterday, and both teams did so with great success. Envy walked away 13-9 over V1. XSET, much more dominant performance, 13-3 over Built by Gamers. That's map 1. Map 2 is going to be Ascent, and then map 3, if needed, will be Bind. Lex, you take a look at the maps that we're going to be working our way through this series. Any thoughts, any impressions?
I think if XSET is going to come away with this series, you got to take Haven first. Even if it goes to 3 maps, I think Bind still probably favors Envy to some degree. So, Haven as the opener in this series, Ascent to follow. Both of these teams are comfortable on both these maps, which is why I think I'm so excited to see them actually duke it out there. If we had seen like a split come through or maybe somebody won the bans decisively, it would be, I could maybe give a little bit more of an opportunity to XSET, but that's not the case here. I think both these teams are going to be ready to play on both these maps.
We know Agent Select is just around the corner, so we'll be joining that here very shortly. I think one of the things you mentioned, Split wasn't very good for Envy yesterday. They lost 3-13, and a lot of that really was the proficiency that version 1 was able to show on that map, but this time it's not going to be in the fold at all. And we are going to have these maps in front of us. Again, we're going to be kicking things off on Haven. You're seeing some of that Agent Select already come through, and we mentioned Weeded and his versatility. He's going to be whipping out the Astra on this map.
And likewise, Mame on the other side of things, rocking the Astra. And this will be the first, at least the games that I've been able to cast with you thus far, Doug. This will be the first Astra versus Astra that we've seen. And I mean, on Haven, you expect at least to some degree these teams are going to be hitting the long sights a lot.
Yep.
Being able to work using that, the kit that is on Astra definitely changes the way you look at Haven a little bit. And so seeing both these teams kind of as Colossuses just coming together, this will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, you could say it's maybe going to be out of this world. This matchup will be between these two teams and those two players specifically. I think one thing worth looking at is while XSET is going to start on the defensive side of the map, Lex, they put a clinic on the attacking side against Built by Gamers yesterday, and there were so many different things that we saw that we're going to be looking out for to hopefully point out in this match. But again, for Envy, the gap wasn't as big, right? Like, it wasn't as much of a whipping as XSET gave to BBG, but they looked really good on Haven.
Yeah, and that's kind of like I maybe alluded to a little bit, but I just think both these teams on Haven, they're both comfortable when we watch them play. So, right out the gate, spreading the map a little bit, the attack side of Envy. Actually, right away, we see Pure moving down into the C-Long cubby, which absolutely would be an issue for Victor, who's actually going to back off a little bit. But
well, they hear that, right? Pure hears that. He's got a decent idea, and you're already seeing Weeded pull back over towards C, but it looks like they were just going to grab that ult orb and back off. They did. Yeah, it looked like that was a fake. Astra smoke at the bottom of C, but they went ahead and they pull off. They're going to rotate elsewhere along the map, potentially right into where Thwyfo's playing.
Using that Owl drone a little bit as a misdirection, clearing out long A, just making sure, and it's going to draw 2 rotators over. So 3 members of XSET on the A site right now, but the attack is poised at the front of Bravo site. So moving in, curveball comes out. Victor takes a site. A little bit of a team blind going on there, but no contact yet, Doug.
No, and it really seems like XSET's just kind of patiently waiting this out. They aren't fully sending onto the site. You also remember, keep an eye on Pure and the space that he took away at the beginning of the round and what he's going to be able to do with that. You do have a couple of players from Envy who are checking out for those flanks, checking out for those lurks, specifically in FNS and Caboose. But now you see XSET funneling onto the site. Victor's going to be the first to drop. Mummy follows shortly thereafter, XSET do have control of the site, and all the remaining members of Envy are just continuing to drop like flies. I love the aggression that we're seeing from XSET, really sticking the matter to Envy, where FNS is left alone. Now, FNS had a chance at something there, but the defuse is going to come through anyway. XSET take the pistol.
Wow, and you just said it, Doug, but the aggression coming out from XSET, you love to see it that early on in this series, right? This is pistol round, of course, very first opportunity we're going to get to see him. But hey, if you're coming out super confident, that pure flank coming through early, see BCJ just coming in through A-Link, close planning the likes of Victor. If you're going to open up this game and even just like, let's just theory transfer a bit here, you maybe take the first few rounds, maybe even grab the bonus, Doug. For XSET, playing against the, I've called them this once already, but the Colossus of Envy on a map that they're comfortable on, it's no easy task. No. But if you're going to do it, absolutely, having that early game confidence to get the momentum and that ball rolling is going to pay dividends in the future. However, Weeded getting caught unawares a little bit. He comes away with 2, make it 3. Only 1 player left, that's FNS getting murdered over there along C4 piece for Weeded. And there's 2, Doug.
Yeah, in flawless fashion, that Spectre looking mighty nice as Weeded roars out of the gates to a 4-1 start. And I think the important thing for Envy here is that they showed something different, right? Like, they tried taking a C split, or primarily through Garage towards C, weren't able to find a ton of success. You really saw the gun difference on full display there, but now we're going to get something a bit different for XSET. We talk about how comfortable they are on this map. If they're able to take this round away, financially, they're going to be just fine.
Bit of an A lobby aggression coming out here from XSET.
At the pace at which they're playing this map so far, and look, Lex, they do this on attack as well. They play very aggressively, but we're seeing this on the defensive side now, where Envy start to feel some of that pressure, right? Like, they're getting suffocated out. Pure winning that gun battle with the Spectre into a Vandal is huge.
Yeah, and they used 4 players to take that control, and so coming away with the frag, no deaths. That's a big impact. Waifu has the information now that the C site has been forfeit towards Envy. The spike plant will be coming out any moment now, as all the members of MNV have regrouped towards that C long area and C site. Now the retake is on for XSET in a 5v4 situation here, Doug.
And I like the due diligence that XSET are working through here, right? Make sure there's nobody holding a pinch on B main while they try to cut over. They've managed to get through there, and I like what we're seeing out of how they're approaching the retake as well, right? They've sent 2 long, there are 2 in garage, and then you have Aaron who's going to be coming into the defender spawn as well. All of this pressure is going to be so difficult for Envy to handle at the exact same time. You see them begin to funnel in, begin to push through, but of course, as I say that, Envy seems to hold fast. Victor gets a couple. What a response from Envy, Lex.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful play call from Envy, just making sure, okay, listen, we're not going to overextend at C. We're just going to take the map control they've given us. We've scouted out that early A lobby aggression. Let's just regroup and hit it. They do so, and, you know, hats off to Waifu for staying home, just making sure he's not getting picked early, making sure they're not pushing into C-Link on him. Because there was a bunch of pressure on that side of the map, obviously, on him early. So that retake, despite a lot of the things that maybe XSET was hoping for not coming to pass, they're able to get 3 weapons down, but Envy with a beautiful play call, just regrouping. Actually, as I say that, they move directly into the operator of Pure, and he finds one out of Caboose.
Nice, pretty shot, almost lands a second, but that's going to delay things by time. You see, Victor has taken a good bit of space. He also has the run it back, so they may opt to pull that in, but you look on the other side of the map, Crashies is getting some info, understanding that nobody's pushing in from A aggressively into the attacker spawn. But it looks like they're going to try to go C here, Lex.
Yeah, that may have been a...
All right, here we
kill
go.
there from FNS from Garage onto Aaron, and suddenly that C site. Huge amounts of pressure, but Pure holds fast.
Yeah, Victor still able to get one with that run it back. But numbers advantage still in favor of XSET. The spike hasn't gone down yet. As they try to figure out, I mean, they do have some time if they want to pull off, but it's not a lot. You're going to have to commit to something here very soon. Crashies with the tap, that's going to draw out the use of the gravity wall, and then they're going to pull off, and Lex, they... Oh my gosh! Crashies goes huge, and now they can book it out. Weeded gets one to trade it out, but now you've got a 1v1. Weeded so weak.
Crashies got the Nikes on, just heading straight towards A site. No second thoughts about it. We did, as you said, so weak. 26 HP. Hold on to that operator for the moment.
Oh, Crashies 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Lex, this is huge because Crashies...
I don't think he'll play for the post point here. Yeah, he's going straight into hell, just knowing how weak his opponent is. Probably better just to take the gunfight cleanly if he can. And this is going to be so difficult for We Did here, Doug.
It is just 26 health. He does have some utility, and he has an ultimate. But just the thing about where Weeded is right now, Lex, is he has no idea, right? Like, he's entirely guessing, has to check every single 50, every little corner, and the clock is not his friend. He's going to have to move. He's going to have to do so here very soon.
Yeah, he needs a mistake at a crash. He's a little bit of luck on his side, unfortunately. He's
just not
made
even
an incorrect call there on where he might be. It's just a total gamble on his end, but hey, there was a few things that XSET did really well in that round, and it's so unfortunate with that double peek from behind C. Crashies just punished that so well. Beautiful shots from him. But noticing that, you know, Victor's been farming that orb over at long C, got the run it back early. Like, okay, what's the strongest thing you can do on this map with run it back? Well, heading up towards that C cubby, being able to pop it from there, Pure, wise to it. It likes to go for that early C long pick, and it did bear fruit for the XSET side. They put his team in an early advantage, and somehow Envy is just able to claw back into that round. Well played by Envy to get their second round on the board here.
XSET coming in a bit lighter as far as what sort of artillery they're going to have. You see Bucky Spectres across the board. We did the one with the gun. Dwifo, great use of the Bucky early on. He's able to get one. It gets traded out. That should give Envy access to C.
completely pushed into a retake scenario now.
Yeah, I mean, that lockdown smack dab in the middle of everything. You see them anchoring off. There's really nothing that XSET can do from this position to go ahead and negate that ultimate, so they just have to wait it out. Now they're going to bust the move. Cosmic Divide's going to go up. And remember, Crashies with that Hunter's Fury that came online in the previous round could be a difference maker. Pure looking to be a difference maker himself with the Blade Storm, looking for a second, not going to land. He's going to get mowed down. Aaron following closely behind as he looks to get a couple of kills of his own, and things go absolutely sideways for XSET as Envy methodically get onto the site, get the spike down, and they walk away with that round, Lex, with 2 ultimates still in tow.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously you're not necessarily keen on saving Spectres or Buckies in that retake scenario, so what XSET had the opportunity to do there is build a few ultimates of their own. They do get the showstopper on Aaron, almost got the Hunter's Fury on BCJ, but considering this is going to be the next gun round for them, it's a little bit of a bummer that we're going to see. I think he's got a Bucky now. He had a Sheriff just a moment ago. But yeah, this is going to be a solid buy here for Envy. They've got a few ultimates to work with, Doug. And considering how much they've been able to just kind of, you know, dominate XSET over the C side of the map, they're going to like to just spread into a default now, await any sort of, you know, cheeky map control being taken by XSET. They've already shown that they have a propensity to do that a few times now. Envy just being very cautious, making sure to clear things out. Aldrone being popped very deep from Trashies, even outside of A lobby. So as they get the information that there's no one home, an easy call to just regroup towards A. All 5 players from Envy now approaching on the long A.
Well, and BCJ used his drone to get information that nobody was home across the middle of the map either. So you see him start to lean towards A. Really on both sides. You see a couple of drones coming out as well. The damage coming through can be so difficult, but Wifo's in a great spot. He got tagged up, but man, he's dealing damage right back, as is the rest of XSET. As Pure gets 2 of his own. FNS alone.
Do you see that gravity well? FNS does find 1, actually, before I get ahead of myself. Finds 2, and now it's a 1v3.
No way.
He almost made that happen, man. Oh my goodness, I was about to start talking about how beautiful that gravity well was from We Did, and then FNS is like, hold up.
Well, now that we have a moment, break down that gravity well for me, Lex. What'd you see?
I mean, okay, so the recon dart came out from BCJ from heaven, and right there, Thwifo just catching a Caboose who is just stuck in the middle of that gravity well, and Victor caught just behind it, tries to refrag it, gives just enough time for Thwifo to reset. FNS with some beautiful weapon control here, finding 3 consolation prizes do count to some degree. Fortunately, despite that, you got 2 Sheriffs, a Frenzy, and a Spectre to accompany Crashy's Vandal in this round. Early Hunter's Fury towards the A site, and immediately they're going to take control of the entire side of the map over here, Doug.
Yeah, and XSET seemed pretty comfortable in giving some of that up as they want to play for a retake. Now, you keep an eye on BCJ. He's got his Hunter's Fury. When you see him posture from that position, you oftentimes see that ultimate come out. Got a couple of tags. That's really all the damage that was done. Wifo spotting 1 down low. Another excellent recon dart to give some info away, but that's all there is. The lockdown has been used. Showstopper's going to follow up as well as Caboose doesn't get a chance to fire it off. That's absolutely enormous. Lex, as now the lockdown does come through. Aaron got detained, but it could be bait as they work their way forward. Pure is there, able to take care of Aaron for the time being, understanding that FNS is likely playing in short as well, and it looks like they might try to stick to the defuse. He did sitting on it, and yeah, baby, they're going to get it. You had to challenge in that situation, and XSET were just wise to it.
I didn't see if that was a double stack cage for Thwifo there, but that was a beautiful play for him to drop from heaven and silence the showstopper from Caboose. You think he was over in that hell position easily, as at least 1, potentially 3, as those players were coming in from CT lower, or sorry, defender spawn. And wow, there was just a huge opportunity for Envy to lock that down with almost, I think, the entire team alive. Instead, the heroics from Thwifo silencing that. Suddenly they're in a 3v5, and XSET, who, you know, I would say they got outmaneuvered at the beginning of the round. I don't know if there was a tell or a read that Envy was able to pick up on to make that call towards A, but they found a free site and unfortunately weren't able to convert it, and so now forced into an even worse economic situation. They force back into it with what they can, but XSET is picking up steam now, Doug, as they claim their 4th in the half.
Now, be cautious of FNS here. He's the one who's got the spike. He's kind of playing that sniffer position, right? Ensuring that nobody's lurking their way through. He's being a rat working their way through any sewers. No one's going to be spotted, but like you said, Envy doesn't have a lot to work with here, right? Some frenzies, sheriff. That's really it.
Yeah, just a matter of finding the weakness, finding the weak side of the map for XSET, find out where the rotations are, and try and exploit it. And as we see that, the likes of Envy have picked up on that. There's nobody home at B.
They might try to pick up that Vandal that they saw, but it might not matter. You see XSET showing that gun difference already as they mow down a couple of members of Envy. Just one remains. He's going to drop as well. XSET win that round as you expect them to, and they take a 2-round lead.
Yeah, and Doug, you and I have talked about this so many times on broadcast, but Haven as a map, okay? And I'm always the guy who's like, well, whoever is able to build a bank will surely run away with the half. But 5 rounds for XSET now. Are you comfortable here? Is this a place you want to be? Right? Like, are we looking for 7 or 8 rounds in this half now? Like, how hard do you think XSET is willing to push this, considering how well they're playing against Envy right now?
I don't, Lex, you know my stance on this. If you're on the defensive side, you need more, right? Like, if you can get away with more, you're cruising going into that next round. Caboose looking to stop that dead in its tracks. He gets the first pick onto Aaron. You hear Victor's going to use the run it back. And look, Victor's run it backs, and there's no statistical way to prove this, but I'm fully convinced that he provides more value. What a shotgun. Out of those run it backs than anybody else in the game, but BCJ is showing that he can do a bit of that on his own. Caboose in a great spot here. Not going to take the blast pack up, but the Cosmic Divide's going to come out in an excellent spot. There's not a whole lot they can do here. Great gravity well used by Mummy. The spike continues to tick away. They're going to have to push through here. Here they come. They all come in at the same time. They were able to get a couple of picks of their own. Weeded's still alive. Nice shots. But Victor stands strong. He gets 3. It wasn't the run it back. It was just him and his Phantom that win the round for Envy.
Wow. And for a moment there, it really seemed like XSET was going to be able to retake that. Unfortunately for them, just too strong of a post plant from Envy. Holding things down. Victor just didn't work for his team. I mean, you were mentioning the run it back. Just even the information gained, making sure that your team doesn't need to worry about re-clearing short afterwards, making sure the site is completely vacant. Huge confident boost if you're following that run it back into a site, knowing that there's just nobody home. So Envy a few times in this game have just made some tactical reads that have made it much easier on this approach in Haven. Early garage control being taken by Envy, and that's map control that you don't necessarily want to give away for free, but Pure flubs the shot, misses it wide. From that C platform position, the operator usually at least expected to take contact, if not find the pick. Didn't find his mark there. 3 members from XSET are in the C-Link C site position, so if Envy does elect to come here, they will not be meeting the sparse resistance that they're getting used to now, but time will tell, Doug, as this long C peak is sure to come out on a Pure any moment.
It's interesting. They're choosing to challenge him again. They know that their operator's there, but they feel so confident in their ability to play around it. They have no problem going back towards C. That's now 3 shots that he hasn't been able to connect on. Here comes Victor. Curveballing his way in. Weeded's going to drop. Hunter's Fury coming out from BCJ on really the opposite side of the map to try to wreak havoc. But it's his team who's able to land the kills that are needed. The operator finally comes online for 2 in the round as Pure knocks down a couple of members of Envy. XSET continue with the 2-round lead.
Wow. Like I'm impressed several times in this half with XSET and their ability to just kind of rebound, right? You know, you just reset Envy again, and you know, 3 players were positioned correctly for XSET there for that push.
Right here.
And even though the initial engagements necessarily didn't give them that advantage, that Hunter's Fury coming out from BCJ definitely causes some disruption on the execute itself. Players jumping around, free targets for Pure and Aaron on the site. Well played by XSET to claim their 6th, and as you said, you want every single round here on defense that you can, and that ain't gonna help things. Victor with a huge Phantom frag on a Pure.
Oh, and again, we highlighted it in the previous round, but Pure again just narrowly missing those opening shots, and this time he gets severely punished for it. Victor looking to add more insult to injury as he lands considerable damage onto Aaron, forces him back down to 26 health, and now it looks like they've dealt the damage they wanted to deal, and they're going to be able to rotate away.
And this is going to be his like third or fourth run it back yet in this half, and almost every single time it's helping determine the outcome of the round. So I think it's fourth. Never mind. Doesn't matter. BCJ falls immediately to it, and he's going to grab another one. Aaron falls.
3 on the round for Victor already, and Lex, remember, this is not an ideal round for the members of Envy. They had a couple of sheriffs of FNS is still rocking a frenzy, so they did not come in at full strength, and it doesn't seem to matter at this point as XSET's just down to a couple of members in the round. It doesn't even look like they're going to try it, right? They're just probably going to let this one go. Maybe if we did get something, maybe a couple of exits on the way out, you kind of change the conversation. Wifo catching the lurk from FNS there. We did as well. A 2v3 is a very different conversation, but the thing is, the time is continuing to tick away as well. For XSET, this is just a difficult spot. Now, Lex, I highlighted it a couple of rounds ago. The value that Victor gets out of his run-it-backs are unmatched.
Yeah, it's small wonder why they've been farming the orb for him specifically this entire game, getting massive amounts of value off of it. You know, he's at 10-8, which frag leader for his team, but most importantly, these first bloods that just being able to push into this site right here off the back of what can only be said is the brute force of Victor coming up with a run it back up short. It's incredible how much that can change the outcome of the round. One of the greatest ultimates in the game, the run it back. Certainly showing us why there.
All right, Mummy's going to bring an op into the fold this time around to match up against Pures. Pures going to be holding down the middle of the map. No one's going to be spotted. And once again, Envy looking to close out this half. Get to hopefully 6-6 while taking control of A. They've been here a couple of times now, and they've been, it's worked, right? Like, they have found relative success on this half of the map. But you've got to deliver here.
Take flight. You should run.
All right, here we go. Lockdown's coming out. Again, nothing really to counter it, right? So FNS can use that safely, push off the members of XSET that remain on the site while they funnel their way in. Nobody's detained, and again, they take that as really a free entry onto the site, but BCJ has been able to hang out long enough to stick around. Of course, as I say that, he sticks around a bit too long, potentially, and he drops. Weeded and Pure still have a couple of ultimates of their own, while Crashies and Caboose can do the same. But for now, again, XSET just patiently waiting, Lex.
Last round, there it is. Cosmic Divide coming out from Weeded. Should make the retake a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, it's going to take a whole lot more than that. As Pure gets mowed down, he tries to dash in with the Blade Storm. It doesn't matter. XSET's just down to Aaron. Envy just beautifully denied that retake. A flawless round to close out the half. Envy played that. They couldn't have played that any better, Lex.
Yeah, and on a retake, it is so important, that first engagement, but if you're losing it to an operator, an untradeable kill, really tough to even get a foothold into the site there. And as I was praising the use of the Cosmic Divide to maybe make it a little bit more manageable, Envy just shuts the door. A strong half out of both teams, I'd say. And, you know, at a few different moments, maybe have lent the advantage to Envy on these rounds, but XSET managing to deter the economic foothold of Envy in this half, and suddenly, you know, despite Envy winning some of the bigger gun rounds, I think XSET should count themselves fortunate that they were able to get into the economic situation they did. That said, 5 players now for XSET, already mounting up towards 4B push here in the middle of the map.
Like, FNS has to go big here. XSET like to take B and push through, right? Like, they'll smoke ceiling really hard and push their way into A. Like, that's why I was saying FNS has to be able to anchor this just enough time for the rest of Envy to rotate over. Victor gets here. He gets a kill. Weeded has made their way to the back of the site, but the plan has gone sideways, right? They haven't been able to push their way through. They're kind of, like, stuck, right? Like, they're sardines in a can here on B, where they have pressure coming in from both sides. There are not a whole lot of options left for XSET here.
Yeah, Envy just decimating this B push. For a moment, as you said, FNS in the back of the site, it really looked precarious for him. Not a lot of help being available first 10 seconds or so of that engagement, but we'll find one delays just enough for the rotation from Victor to come in, and You know, you take the pistol, your Envy. This is a feel-good spot. This is where you can kind of establish your dominance in a game. You know, clean up the first eco round, clean up the bonus, and suddenly this doesn't look like such a contested map. But on the other side of that coin, I'd say XSET, with how quickly they were trounced in the pistol round, need to continue to find a weakness in this Envy defense. Already coming to the Spectre, a headshot from Caboose, finding a second. FNS and Mummy chime in with their own. No weakness found yet here, Doug.
No, not in that round. And again, I think they have classics, and that may have been all they had. So you expect that round to go in favor of Envy. They take a 2-round lead, and now you've got XSET with an opportunity to respond from a position of strength. I like what we're seeing out of Envy, though. Mummy opting to bring an operator into this round.
Yeah, and actually, we were talking about it earlier in this half, or early in the first half, but I think XSET, you know, winning the opening pistol of the game, came out firing on all cylinders, really looked confident throughout the first few gun rounds. I think we could say the same for Envy at this point. Not just having the confidence, but, man, they're hitting their shots, they're firing on all fronts. And I thought maybe we'd get a little bit of a duel here at Short A, but Mame, no joy yet. As XSET need to bide their time and be ever so cautious approaching even this A lobby. Good reason.
Yeah, man, he had a chance at Pure. Makes that operator sing, already bringing so much value after the heavy investment at this point in the half. And now if you're XSET, you just kind of got to slow things down and reassess how you want to play this out.
Take garage control, which there's 2 players from Envy on C now.
Oh boy. Caboose shined in this exact position just in the previous round, and again, he seems to be picking up right where he left off. Crashies is getting in on the action as well, as XSET just get picked apart. A second flawless round in a row, and Lex, that was a rifle for XSET.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at earlier, man. It's like you clean up this bonus if you ever get to that point where economically you are sitting pretty for several rounds moving forward. And yeah, despite the early investment of the operator for Mame, certainly that's a risk, but look how it paid off in that last round.
Yep.
Finding the opener on a Pure, and if nothing else, suddenly XSET, any game plan that you may have had coming into this attack side, any kind of you know, elaborate ideas of how you're going to approach this defense of Envy, well, now you've got the operator on Mame, and that is a whole different story when it comes to being able to manage and pick apart a defense. And actually, as I say that, they do find out Crashies at long A. Victor finds 2. So 3 on 4. The A site is now in possession of XSET, Doug.
Yeah, that was a big kill from Victor, though, to get the runner back online. Again, we've stressed the importance, the value of that ultimate in his hands. He has it here. Yeah, XSET have gotten onto the site. They do have a rifle. Still haven't fully committed to the plant. I don't know that you really have much of a choice here. Media's going to get the spike down, and it's going to be on Envy to fight for the retake.
There is a flank coming in from a lobby, so Envy in no rush, just making sure there's no lurkers available to make plays for XSET. I'm sure with the amount of time it took to plan, it was making Envy wonder if there was another ace up their sleeve, but a bit of a crossfire over here to spawn, but...
Oh, that's big. Victor offline, but FNS responding in kind with getting 2 of his own. Pure not able to deliver the last. Envy managed to take the site back, and they're going to get the defuse. A 4-round lead, Lex.
Yeah, and that is just a beautiful, diligent, complete retake from Envy where they just really were no rush to put any kind of pressure on XSET. They just let things unfold as it was, and once you find out one player's towards a lobby, once you find that pick a, you know, close defender spawn, I think it was Victor who found 2 there on the retake. I mean, that flank just coming in was huge.
Yep.
Now you're at 10-6, and this is the last really solid chance for XSET to turn the momentum of this match around. I mean, you've got potentially giving Envy 11-6. The outlook of this game really becomes dire, Doug, and, you know, Mame just talked about in the last round over here towards C. Not going to find any contact early. But XSET's got to dispense a whole lot of utility. As I say that, BCJ dry peeks mid-window. Okay. To avoid getting picked is what I was about to say. So, never mind there. 5-on-4. Envy already looking good in this round, Doug.
Yeah, and you saw Crashies. He worked his way up a short, got some of that info. Meanwhile, FNS is doing a lot of the same as he's worked his way into C-Long Cubby. So you start to get a little bit of a process of elimination to understand where the remaining members of XSET are. That's why you see him so heavily huddled around B.
Yeah, they know they've yielded Garage to XSET, and Aaron just getting the same feverish desire to peak that BCJ just showed us. And when your team's down and you finally got a rifle in your hands, just like, somebody duel me, man. Fortunately, the operator's the one who came to fight. Caboose finds another and beautiful off angle there.
Yep.
You had no idea.
No, and even like crouching in that moment to not have that like cursor placement be a factor was just very well played. And now again, XSET down to 2 members left.
No more charges left.
They don't have a ton of time either. You wonder if they just kind of try to save this out.
Yeah, this sucks.
Carry the rifles, yeah.
It's a tough spot to be in. Definitely gonna like to save, but you'd see the frustration from Weeded as he's spinning around in circles. It's just, I didn't even get a chance to shoot my gun.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is kind of the scary place that I was alluding to at the beginning of the round, where if you aren't able to claim an attack side round yet, you know, if you're going into this 18th round or whatever it is, where Envy's about to be given map point, if you don't win this next round, there's a lot of pressure. And you don't have a full kit. You got a few light armors. You got a Spectre in the hands of XSET. But, you know, both of those peaks, you got to think neither of them were necessary for the success in this round for XSET, and yet came out regardless. And unfortunately for them, Envy now is not only hitting max money on just about every single player on the team, but they're showing no cracks in their defense so far, Doug.
No, they're not. And I think... All right, so XSET's bringing in almost full weaponry here. Yeah. And so actually, okay, this is one of the things I wanted to highlight. XSET's playing this attack half very differently than they played against BBG. They would normally force stack one side. So here, they'd force stack A, and they'd leave Dwifo on C to prevent this, right? But so much information is gathered from where Caboose is, and even if XSET is not able to find their way in through A and they have to rotate off, guess what? If they go towards C, there's a showstopper waiting for them.
Yeah, really confident play coming out from Envy the past few rounds. We've seen FNS do it, we've seen Caboose do it. They know XSET is largely ignoring that side of the map. As I say that, BCJ gets caught with the scan, jig is up. And I think Envy already had gleaned enough information to know that B was at risk, so they're not really stressing this hard at all. XSET saying, hey, nobody's home, we're going to go ahead and take this.
See the high hands from Victor to try to buy some time, but he's going to pull off. Dwifo on the lurk, trying to cause some havoc. He's going to drop. Let's see what Victor can do. Oh, he's right back. Oh, flash right in the face. Swings out, doesn't land the kill, but Crashies does. As Victor gets back to safety. The Cosmic Divide's going to come out, prevent anybody from trying to pull in from the A-Link side of things. This is very difficult here if you're XSET. You only have 2 members remaining. You've got to be able to stand strong, and the thing is, there's so much pressure coming in from so many different angles. Envy are able to take the site back with relative ease, and Lex, they gave it up, right? Like, they were perfectly comfortable giving XSET all of that real estate, confident that they'd be able to take it back, and they did.
Oh yeah, even when they had the information, the solid information where XSET was and where they wanted to go, you didn't see anybody move. It was almost like, oh, they're gonna take B from us. Well, great. Well, we'll see you there. You know, just knowing that their retake was going to be strong enough, and capable enough to make that happen. Well, certainly works. Now we've got Envy on map point and XSET still without an attack side round here on Haven, Doug. And I mean, they're going to change things up. They're going to see if they can maybe work a C split into this round. But I think just about every single time they've tried to make a move, they've run into the operator of Mummy. You've got a second operator on Crashies now. There's some threats on the board, and may just be a matter of process of elimination to find out what is available to them, and they're going to find out very quickly that C is not.
Yeah, I was waiting to see who was going to get that ult orb. It is going to be BCJ. It could have gone in favor of Aaron as well. And again, Envy understand where they are right now, because look at how much space has been taken away in A, right? They have a decent idea. and they're able to press in to take some of that real estate out. So Mummy's Operator is not going to be in the fold initially, but Victor is, and who else but Victor? Good for one, looking for the second, line him up, knock him down, he gets two. Aaron's able to trade him out with the Spectre. Now they've got to go. They've got to be able to beat the remaining members of Envy onto the site. Aaron with the showstopper, and so beautifully played by Crashes. He's not even going to check it, right? He's just going to wait patiently. Pure wisely peeks that, gets the kill. Heated should be able to get the spike down.
Yeah, that very much could have been tragic. Instead, Envy's still alive here. Boost actually is going to miss that showstopper by a country mile, and now it's a 1-on-2 is Pure alone here at short. Takes a duel against FNS, and he's going to come up short. That is actually going to be map point here for Envy. 13-6 against XSET on Haven.
And I mean, what a dominant performance, Lex. This almost doesn't seem like this is real, but it was 6-6 at half, right? And we even teed up how good XSET can be on the attacking half, given what we saw yesterday against Built by Gamers, but it was just not that at all.
No, and I think, you know, when they were on defense, they had a few different times where they showed us how confident and skilled they could be, you know, playing as a unit and taking away map control early. Instead, though, as soon as Envy got some wind under the sails, they were just running away with that game.
Yeah.
Some really confident play from Victor. Excellent performance from him. And I think, you know, when it comes to the caliber of teams that we're talking about, I want to put XSET up on the same pedestal as some of the higher echelon teams in North America, such as Envy, but that was a world-class performance coming out from Envy and not one from XSET.
It really was, and unfortunately, I know 56% of you were leaning towards XSET on Haven. Didn't pan out, but you mustn't lose hope, because second map may be an entirely different story. Folks, we're going to cut to a break. When we return, map 2 between XSET and Envy. Don't go anywhere.
Change of range.
I feel like I need to defend my team's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dogpile.
Like in groups, always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
Need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Back that up, back that up.
Welcome back, friends and family, to VCT Stage 2 Challengers Week 1. We just saw really a masterclass in how to play a half on Haven from Envy. Now XSET are going to have to find a way to respond or avoid taking a trip down to the lower bracket. I'm Doug. With me is Lex. And Lex, first half looked good, right? It was close up until it really wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, XSET did a good job of teasing us. I mean, 6-6 at halftime, and they certainly looked like they were able to take it to Envy at a few different points in that game. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you're rooting for at home, Envy just showing us the caliber of play that they can bring to the table, and I think describing it as a runaway second half is an understatement. Quite literally denying XSET from even winning a single round. Envy looking crisp.
Yeah, and you really, we'll take a look at the timeline of what went down on that map, and that really just kind of highlights the dominance with which Envy was able to really dismantle XSET in that second half, and a lot of it really was off the back of Victor and what he was able to do with that run it back. But then also, there were a couple of moments where we saw Envy in a position to land key shots, primarily in the hands of Mummy. This is one of them. And they delivered, right? Like, they answered the call every time. They put themselves in advantageous positions, and they handled those well, and I think that's a key difference maker. I mean, look at the timeline, Lex. That's ugly.
That tells quite the story. And I think, kind of going back to what you were just saying about Mame, it was a little bit of a risky investment dropping that operator on, what it was, round 3, right? On the bonus there for Envy. So you've got 4 Spectres and an operator, and you just got to make do with what you got. But he finds the opening pick. I think he even had a second one in the round, and that can be, a huge difference maker in the outcome of a match, and certainly not winning a single round throughout the rest of the game for XSET. They were definitely feeling the heat of that operator on the table there for Envy.
Yeah, they really were. And we're going to take a look at things in a minute, but we highlighted Victor yesterday, and, well, you see why, right? Like, dude was out of his mind, and then we talked about Mummy at the beginning again, landing key shots with the operator, answering the call when Envy needed him to most, and it really was smooth sailing in the second half. Now, with that in mind, let's drop that into the rearview mirror a bit. Let's talk about what's before us here, because Haven again didn't go well for XSET, but we are going to Ascent, where, as you mentioned at the beginning of the series, this could be the difference maker. This could be what decides the series.
Yeah, I think this map, even in contrast to Haven just now, yeah, I could build it up the same way, but I really think both these teams are going to be comfortable and have a game plan coming in here. I think you're going to have a little bit less to not necessarily worry about, but, the threat of Mame isn't as pronounced as it is on a map like Haven when they have that operator in play. You look to guys like Crashies to really make a difference for Envy, especially towards that B side of the map. For XSET, if you've done your homework, if you've at least to some degree, produced a game plan and maybe countered some of the things that Envy like to do. This is your one opportunity really to kind of bring yourself back into the series, right? So they got to make it count now.
And to be clear, the composition that we saw on Haven is likely what we're going to see on Ascent for Envy. That's what they showed us yesterday against version 1. The one difference on the side of XSET is that the composition is not the same. Here's where we see Weeded pop over onto the Phoenix historically. We'll see if that is the case this time around, while Aaron switches to the Astra. Now, Lex, given what you've seen from XSET, what are your thoughts on putting Weeded onto Duelist on this map in particular?
I just love that they're willing to shake things up. Obviously, for Weeded in particular, he plays a lot of different kinds of roles for his teams in terms of, being able to bust out a Viper, an Omen, an Astra. Now we're seeing him on a potentially a Duelist. Having that kind of a range as a player, it's not something you see typically on every roster, but
right.
Usually 1 or 2 players kind of can have that capability. And for him, just being able to deliver day in, day out and the fragging power while playing these different roles, it's pretty important. But then, kind of to your point, Doug, when you're moving specifically into a Duelist role, it's a little bit, to say it's a little bit different than playing a controller is a hell of an understatement, but your job on a team definitely changes drastically. And suddenly you go from being somebody who needs to stay alive on retakes, needs to make sure that they're using their utility first. Suddenly you're a playmaker. And so I think, for him, as long as he gets into that mindset, we can see some good things from him here.
Certainly more of an opportunity to play loose, to bring some of that into the fold. We've hopped into Agent Select, and again, we're going to deliver as expected. Aaron, historically on the Rays, is going to be using the Astra this time around, and Weeded on that Phoenix that we've highlighted, and this is going to be a fun duel to watch. You've got Victor's Phoenix, really, I mean, top tier Phoenix. We've talked about it. We talked about it on Haven. I'm sure we're going to talk about it here on Ascent, going up against Weeded's Phoenix, and we'll see what they're able to bring into the fold. Again, folks, map 1 really went heavily in favor of Envy in the second half. Now XSET looking to avoid a trip down to the lower bracket, or into the lower bracket here on Ascent. Now, Lex, we talked about XSET and how they changed things around. You even see Thwyfo going to be using the Killjoy instead of the Cypher. For Envy, was there anything that you saw that concerned you about the composition that we had on the previous map?
From Envy, almost none whatsoever. I mean, they are. It seems like even when you maybe are going to throw something into question for Envy, like especially Mame, I feel like in the context of, podcasts and streams that I've watched, a lot of people are like, "Why are you switching around the agents of Mame?" Well, man, he's somebody who's just consistently comfortable with the operator in his hands, and even if you try and draw scrutiny to the composition itself, I feel like these players are just, world-class talents that are going to deliver for you each and every time.
Oh boy. All right, XSET starting off on attack, leaning towards A, where there is a metric ton of Killjoy utility.
Oh my god,
waiting.
4 players too.
I mean, that's a bad stack. They've managed to take the spike up the middle of the map on Cat into Tree, and yeah, Tree's going to be fine, but there are a few problems here. It's going to be really hard to get in through a door, and Food's on the other side. Right, as soon as they funnel in, there he is! Victor already good for 2 with the Frenzy. Mummy's good for 1 as well. Just a couple of members remaining on the side of XSET. Thwyfo's left alone in a 1v3. The spike is in no man's land. This is a difficult ask for Thwyfo.
Difficult ask is an understatement. There are a few weakened players, get the consolation prize of the orb. I like it.
Yeah, man. Take what you can get.
Yeah, if you can get a few frags here, you can hang your hat on that, because fact is your team just walked into a 4 stack with Killjoy utility. I don't know if there was a read there, it was a straight gamble, or if XSET in their Vons only go A on pistol, but Envy with one hell of a read to start this half.
Well, and like Lex, we talked about, right? Like it was there, right? It was like watching a train wreck unfold before your eyes. You're not going to be able to get in through a door, which is why Thwyfo's still alive. And meanwhile, Victor's on the other side of Tree, waiting with the Frenzy. There were just so many things that...
10 seconds left.
Yeah, an excellent read, call it what you will. It pans out beautifully for Envy. And yeah, they did lose Victor and Mummy, but, I mean, they read XSET like a book there.
Yeah, they come away from that round looking like absolute geniuses. The meat grinder right here, the crossfire, just... You're seeing nothing but inks light up your screen, man. There's just sparks flying. Envy take the pistol, and we expect the conversation about, momentum. You gotta expect Envy carrying the powerful second half that we saw on Haven into Ascent here. That's a scary thing on the attack side of XSET, where you got 0 rounds in the prior map, so gotta figure Envy is gonna put their foot on the gas and not let go as long as they can. 2 early kills coming in for Caboose here today, main as well.
Yeah, and like the gun difference is going to be very heavily felt in this round, but you're already seeing XSET kind of go back to how they normally play maps on the attacking side. Thwyfo, again, playing the sniffer on the opposite side of the map, making sure nobody's lurking their way in while they heavily press somewhere else, and then they can choose if they want to flip the map or not. But it's already a change from what we saw on the attacking side on Haven, where they, for by and large, were just bunched up in a death ball trying to brute force their way into sites.
I'm pretty caught up on the reference to Thwyfo being the offset man. It's being referred to as the sniffer. I love it.
You like that? You dig
just sniffing
sniffer?
things out, man. Just over there, up to no good. Trying to find an opening for his team. He did right there, but here will be the first rifle round for the side of XSET. Strapped a bit on some light armors, which pulling up against some, I say some, 4 Spectres and an operator on the side of Envy. This is a lot like the start of Haven, where that investment early on into the operator. You know, Mame already looking for a pick towards A main. We'll find nothing. So that information alone, pretty darn valuable for Envy, knowing that XSET is occupying outside of B site and middle. And be adjusted accordingly. 2 players towards Pizza, 1 at B main. That's Rashi's dropping the Aldron early, so that information comes through that the B push is potentially there. They've yielded B main and quickly XSET press forward.
Yeah, and the thing is, Envy should know this at this point, right? Because they spotted Wifo booting out, and then BCJ used his drone, so they have a decent idea that the hit's coming towards B. They have market control, and again, the spike is in a brutal spot where Pure dashed in. He dropped it. Victor on the side, looking to get an opening in with the curveball. He's able to do just that. As members of Envy are starting to drop. This is an excellent response from XSET. Aaron on the Astra. Good for 3 already. We'll see what Mike can do with the operator on the 1v3. It looks like he might just try to save it. We saw such a fruitful return on investment when he bought the op in the bonus on Haven. Look, at this point, he's lucky if he's able to keep it into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty big if XSET could, you know, somehow get it out of his hands, but they're very aware of the fact that holding on to these 3 Phantoms, trying to lose them to the likes of an operator over at Defender Spawn, that is just not a cost that you're willing to pay at this point. So you'll probably let them have it, but this is a, you know, kind of to what you're saying, Doug. It's a very different story being told just in this round. And you think about how devastating it would have been if they lost it here, because that snowball effect on Haven really, really made it hard for them to even find openings at any point.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah, ever. I don't think they ever come out with an opening frag in that half. But hey, you just won your first round here, and they have taken the entire map to win an attack side round. But considering we're only 3 rounds into this bout, for Ascent at least, that's a fantastic start.
You see stars littering your mini map as XSET's posturing towards B. They have a full stack over there. Nobody's sniffing anything out. They want to go aggressive. He did with the curveball, getting his way in. Looks like they have a couple of good lineups to clear out anything happening across market. The curveball's there as well. Caboose looking to stay alive. And he's not going to be able to. 2 members of Envy remain. An operator in the hands of Mummy, and then FNS with the Spectre. And again, a question where, I mean, they can choose to go for it here.
Imagine
it won't be easy.
See whether or not Mummy can find one, and then... Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Aaron using that Cosmic Divide early on. I mean, sure, that's going to buy you time. Looking to see if he can get any info. Just peeking on the other side of the wall. And it looks like for Envy, the win here might be just having drawn that out.
Yeah, FNS is going to do what he can to make sure that they aren't able to get away with these guns.
Oh, wow. FNS creeping through the Cloudburst. Good for 2. And oh, man. Yeah, they dealt the damage. The spike's going to go off. But what an excellent, really, trap they put XSET into.
Yeah, you give 2 more points on the ultimate towards that lockdown for FNS. 1 more for Mame. And even more importantly, as you're saying, you're limiting the economic advantage that you're going to give to XSET by losing that round. You know, they're going to have to rebuy quite a bit. Got light armor on BCJ to make sure he's got utility, and no one on the side of XSET now has, you know, any kind of sizable economy for rounds in the future. So, on the other side of things, Envy, where they invested in this operator early, definitely were a little stunned on the bonus. Weren't able to clean up the following round, and now, you know, you maybe lost the prior round to XSET, but you've maintained that operator, and you've got the ultimate coming out early here from Wife over at AMA.
And not only that, but they put the Ult Orb in Weeded's pocket to get that run it back online, and sure enough, he uses it to pave the way to get onto the site. The thing is, because of the lockdown, they're respecting that. They're not playing it aggressively, so the run it back doesn't really grab very much value at all. We'll see what Victor can do with his as Caboose gets one with the showstopper. Crashies. Spidey senses tingling, understanding that there was one in the smoke. He gets it, but he drops it. Mummy's Frenzy And really, Envy across the board, they're able to retake that site, having only dropped 2 legs.
Yeah, that was an interesting post plant there for XSET. I feel like sometimes when we're watching these teams on Ascent, specifically on A, the amount of times you see teams partially hiding, partially fighting, the entire Envy roster just walked across heaven, basically, and into the site, through a door, uncontested. You saw Pure just trying to hide in his own cloudburst in the middle of sight, teammate hiding deep in hell, and it just seemed very disjointed, and unfortunately, you know, giving Envy a clean round win there means not only are you going to be strapped this round, you got a couple Spectres, a Frenzy in the hands of Pure, because you're going to have the Blade Storm, but you've got a mostly broken buy here. Envy keeping all their weaponry and then some. It's a tough spot to be in here for XSET, because as I'm saying, you hope for at least a few more kills on that retake, even though you lose it. Early Hunter's Fury from BCJ, clear out that tree area, no tags. Door closed now, so Pure stalled for the moment. But at any moment, this A splits underway, Doug.
Yeah, and you can tell they're trying to force in, right? They've invested a couple of ultimates, and this might be why. Pure is already good for 2 with the Blade Storm, not able to land another. The curveball from Victor proving to be too much. As Caboose was on the flank, he takes away Cat. There is no control in Tree. The thing is, XSET do have 3 members on the site, and they have decent weaponry, right? Couple Spectres and Phantom in the hands of Weeded. Caboose going to be the first on the swing. He's going to drop. Victor looking to find some of his own spots. One player looks for a second, does it, and Crashies took care of Weeded. Envy once again showing proficiency in taking the site back. XSET, they didn't bring great guns into this, but this was certainly a winnable round.
Yeah, I won't read too much into that post plant considering what I had just spoken on, but hey, those entries from Pure, considering, as you said, limited weaponry, limited opportunity to really win that round, you bust out a couple ultimates, Hunter's Fury, a Blade Storm, and it ends up, you know, getting the spike plant down, pressuring Envy a bit to at least invest some weaponry to retake that, but really isn't going to do anything horrendous to their economy. You've still got another buy to deal with. If you just check out the inventory there on XSET, you've got a couple Buckies, a Frenzy, a Sheriff, and a Vandal. We'll see what they can do with it now as they mostly pressuring towards mid with all 5 players.
And you'll often see teams in a light buy, in a broken buy like this, try to exploit the middle of the map to at least take some space away. Crashy spotted it early, and now that was a spike carrier too. The Hunter's Fury taking BCJ out.
Pure made up a lot of ground there, just dodging the Hunter's Furies. And I wonder whether or not... Yeah, okay, so they're going to go ahead, try and pressure Tree a little bit. And if they had gotten that kill, maybe you're able to draw a rotate, but there's still 3 players from Envy who are very aware of the fact they've given up mid. They don't have control of B main. They don't really know where the last remaining players of XSET are, so that ground that Pure had just made really is kind of useless at this point, as no traffic will come to pass.
See the nanoswarms coming out. Should be a pretty decent indicator of what's coming. As the door gets shot through, Victor, though, and he's just so consistent. He's so reliable for Envy. The spike's down again in a really brutal spot. Pure has to go in. A great flash, able to get one, but he gets shot right in the back of the head as he's not able to respond to that at all. Weeded left alone with 5 health. The hot hands almost enough to take him out. We'll see if he's able to do anything with the Sheriff. Yep, okay. That certainly helps, but again, still in a 1v4 legs.
Not sure if the ult orbs... Yeah, okay. Gonna grab the ult orb.
10 seconds left.
And when he dies, you'll have his running back for the next round. So, you know what? Whatever. Just go ahead, swing, take a fight.
Yep.
Count that as a consolation moving into the next round. And Envy, who have just, you know, for many rounds now leading into the last map, have looked extremely confident and very strong. They managed that broken buy from XSET very well. Another gun round coming up now. See Victor topping the scoreboard at 11-4. Another standout performance from the Phoenix.
And he's got the run it back here. FNS is going to have the lockdown mummy 1 point away from the Cosmic Divide. Meanwhile, not the same luxury as far as ultimate economy goes for XSET. They do have rifles, and you find yourself in a position here, Lex, where this half, I mean, you could already make an argument that it's getting out of hand, but you're still in a position where you can salvage it, but you've really got to start here. You've got to get something going if you're XSET.
Yeah, and they have 5 players ready to go here at B, and there's only 1 player directly on the site. Crashies is now here to help FNS, but that Killjoy ultimate, that lockdown, Gonna delay things indefinitely. They have no way to deal with it.
Yeah.
Suddenly, XSET, who have taken no map control in the round, were expecting to just walk into B with an execute, run into some killjoy utility, then the lockdown, and now we're at a standstill where they've somehow got to reclaim map control without being too obvious about it. Already Mame in a dangerous angle here at mid, reposts on it, Pure pays the price, and now it's a 5v4, and that glimmer of hope that XSET had in this half that you were illustrating for us. BCJ wants it back so bad, walking all the way up to defender spawn, a greedy position, but perhaps one that will pay off dividends if he's able to find anything here, Doug.
Aaron's still playing pretty far back. Victor wise to the fact that they've given up middle of the map control. Got one, got traded out. But the thing is, there's still 2 remaining members on the side of Envy. Well, there were until Twyfo took care of him. There's the lockdown coming up from Twyfo himself. Mummy's up. Not good that time. The Classic isn't going to do it either. They somehow managed to establish enough control to be able to work their way towards A. He did. Still has that ult in his back pocket. 10 seconds left. The wall's going to go up. The spike's going to go down. And now it's going to be on Envy in a 2v3. Numbers disadvantage to take the site back. And again, they're going to be coming in from the same angle. Up in heaven. We did good for 1. FNS trades it out. FNS not able to make any magic happen. A 3K for Weeded. He didn't use to run it back. He's able to bring that into the next round. And Lex, that did not look good at the beginning, right? Like,
no.
You almost looked at the situation and went, oh, B's going to be free, right? Like, there's only one player there, but the lockdown alone really almost set the round in a complete tizzy.
Yeah, and I think it was actually, I was kind of painting it as being dangerous, but the decision to regroup and reset there towards tiles and mid, you know, Envy luckily hadn't taken any sort of, you know, aggressive positions there, despite the fact that Mame had found that pick it back mid. You almost felt like XSET had no other option but to re-hit it or move into a B split perhaps, but BCJ kind of leading the charge, and Twyfo with 2 huge entries over there at defender spawn really turned the tide of the round, and we saw Weeded with some heroics as well to finish it out. Victor's gonna pop his run it back. It's a lot of information that players over here today, and that set hot hands towards Cubby finds one onto Aaron, and Weeded, blind as all heck towards Bike, will fall, and now this is a 5-on-3 with XSET limping already in this round.
And like, again, the damage has been done, right? In the previous round, it was the lockdown that really set things sideways. This time, it was the run it back. But can XSET pull something out of their hats again, right? They were able to take care of Victor. They were kind of try to equalize things a bit, or at least tip them a bit more towards their favor. But the clock is not their friend. Envy's playing very defaulty because they have a numbers advantage. They can. XSET, they're going to have to decide something here soon.
Yeah, at this point, I don't wholeheartedly know that there's an easy answer or solution to their problems, but they're doing this again where, okay, the round's falling apart, 25 seconds left, let's go hit something, contact it together, and trade it out.
Crashies. Good for 1, trades out. There's only one remaining member on the site. Yep, and Twyfo once again goes huge. Caboose drops. Members of Envy are going to have to rotate over as the spike goes down. And somehow, XSET find themselves in a spot where the beginning of the round goes absolutely sideways, and they might walk away with this dang thing.
Yeah, it comes once again off the back of the heroics of Twyfo. The round isn't over yet. Still in a 2v2 with his man BCJ.
Twyfo playing aggressive. Oh, beautiful. Twyfo swings and FNS responds even more beautifully. BCJ good for 1. He's going to have to dance around the generator. Not able to take care of things. Mummy's Classic does. As BCJ drops, Mummy's going to get the defuse. Envy get to 6.
So close, and considering how that round went, you really can't be too upset if you're XSET, because that round seemed as though there was no way you're even going to get a spike plan out of it, and yet drawing it down to the final moments in a 1v1 with a Classic being the decider. You know what? Considering it's 6-3 now, it definitely has felt as though in a few of these rounds, Envy just let them slip through. That almost was one more, but you know, considering the economic situation is in dire straits for XSET here, Doug, I wonder whether or not, you know, they've tried a few different times in this half to kind of roll into a 5-man exec early. Tried to play it fast and loose for a moment or two over there towards B main and found some success. And also got stuffed just as often.
They may try it again. BCJ has the Hunter's Fury, right? And previously we saw them invest that to clear out tree with Pure's Blade Storm. This time not the case. Pure works his way into tree for free. But again, they've got to deliver up close and personal into Victor's front pocket, and Victor dismisses and disposes of him with relative ease. BCJ's left alone here. He's got the Bucky, looking to see if he can pick up a weapon. There's nothing there. A 1v3. Yep. And I mean, the classic shot was nice, but it wasn't enough to land the kill. Caboose takes care of him. And for XSET here, I mentioned earlier, we saw him in a position like this before where they heavily invested ultimates to try to win the round. This time, they're going to carry it into a rifle.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with it. You mentioned it, BCJ was using his Hunter's Fury early on in this game to clear out the tree position to make the A split a bit easier. And right there, I don't think the read was terrible. They knew Victor was inside of a main, and they just like, hey, we'll pinch him from tree side, but it didn't end up working out. So another Hunter's Fury off the rip, trying to create that space. Run it back, gets popped from Weeded. Immediate deletion from Generator, and counter Hunter's Fury is accompanied by a three-piece from FNS, who holds tall, strong, and fast at the front of the A site. And now it's just Aaron and BCJ once again finding themselves in a very, very disadvantaged position in a round, and there's already a double flank. Yikes. Backside of this map, and there's just nowhere to go. Aaron's backed into Wine, executed there by Victor, who finds 2 on the round. Accompanied by that three-piece from FNS, and things are looking so good for Envy.
Yeah, and honestly, yes, things looking very good for Envy, but also that was a round where XSET had the tools to make something happen, right? Like you saw him invested early, the early Hunter's Fury out of BCJ, the run it back from Weeded, not netting anything, right? And then you see a couple of ultimates coming out in response. It's a bit scary for XSET given how that round went.
Absolutely. And when you do have all those tools available to you, not able to capitalize, not only is that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, a terrible outcome for your prospects of winning the map and potentially keeping the series hopes alive. There's that defensive lockdown again from FNS. It's just going to stunt any sort of aggression at B early on from XSET. They've got to turn around, reset, grab map control that they don't have already, and this is just Envy one step ahead each and every time in these rounds.
It really is. And the thing is, you mentioned have to retake map control. BCJ didn't have very much on the other side, right? Like there was nobody across the middle. BCJ was still playing back.
B main, Mume's about to make contact. There it is. Thwifo thought he had a home free B main. And Envy, who popped that lockdown, they used it to take control back. And look at this. Victor in advance spotted. Well, okay.
Spike down.
Okay.
Victor not able to land anything, but Caboose is so like this is almost, it almost has the same effect as the lockdown, right? But this time it actually walks away with a kill. They have to respect that ultimate. It just buys time. You're just delaying over and over, and XSET are in a position where like, all right, we took care of the lockdown. We waited out. Well, they didn't. But the showstopper's offline. Now you have 11 seconds. You've got to go. And then Envy just has excellent site control. They're able to control the pinpoints into the site. There's no way in for XSET.
That looked so easy for Caboose, just from, I think it was Victor's perspective over in Wine. Paint shells came in. Showstopper came out, and quickly XSET was silenced in a dominant half from Envy. Just start to finish, there was a few opportunities for XSET to really bring the game back. Economically speaking, they didn't let Envy just run away with it right away. And in a few late round odd man situations, you know, they were winning, I think it was like a 3v5 and almost a 3v4 to the round after that. So XSET look alive individually at different points, but, you know, as a team, they just seem to be either underperforming or just straight up outclassed by the likes of Envy once again here on Ascent. Not too unfamiliar considering how Haven went.
We'll see if XSET is able to find more success on the defensive side of the map. Envy has already taken the middle. They're working their way all up into the belly of the beast. They've taken market control. They also have FNS who's working his way in through B. My gosh, BCJ never stood a chance, Lex.
Yeah, just getting mauled on the B site. No help from any teammates, and all 4 players from XSET are flying in through defender spawn, retaking switch, and Crashing will be the first to find one.
This looks good for XSET. A 2v2 well, of course.
Wow.
That may have been my fault. As I say that, Envy just once again picks them apart, and Caboose was able to take care of that final round with, I think he had like 13 health left.
Yeah, and I think maybe this is, I don't know when this started happening for XSET, but it definitely was at some point on Haven. But they just look frantic, right? Like there was like a huge rush to retake right there. They all go together. It looks like it's got some momentum behind it, and then Envy just crashing down and cascading those frags one after another.
Yeah.
And it just looks so easy for them, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that XSET, you know, having so little of a site control, having no marking control, having no B main control on the retake.
Oh, man.
There's too many angles, and the Buckies haven't been too impactful here in this series, but we've seen them nonetheless. 4 or 5 moments of frenzy, actually. But XSET already, I don't know, a 3-on-4 situation. Envy looking very comfy here in this anti-eco.
Yeah, and you know, you even saw at the beginning of the round, you mentioned how easy it seems sometimes for Envy. Victor just curveballed and then just walked up and grabbed the orb for free, right? And then he even went forward and got a kill to bring that run it back online. Yeah, he eventually lost his life, but you see it. I think that moment really highlights how easy it's been, how effortless it's been for Envy to take what they want when they want it.
Yeah, it really feels like Envy's able to bully XSET out of map control, and then they almost expect XSET is going to respect it, and each and every time they do. And unfortunately, trying to play against that when...
Oh, that's awesome.
They're just so confident.
Yeah, I love that little interaction there. The gravity well into the shock dart to try to really rip them apart. There was some damage dealt, but at the end of the day, the outcome is as we would expect. BCJ drops there. Envy get to 11, and XSET are, I mean, they seem lost. Like they haven't been able to get anything going on either side of the map.
Victor is 20-9. This man is farming right now.
It's pretty good.
That's not bad. That's not bad. We'll count that as a W in his column, because as far as the individual performances goes,
Eyes up.
he has just been playing lights out on this Phoenix all day so far,
Revealing area.
which is what you hope for.
Right, Envy looking to take the matter towards A. There's a pretty considerable amount of Killjoy utility, and they have some presence in Tree Room, so we'll see if this A split works out while I finesse sniffing things out towards B. Nobody's coming through. Nobody's home, but that should give some info. Nice shots from Pure. Looking for the second, not going to land, but there was damage that was dealt. And that was just enough, right? Like that Killjoy utility, just enough to delay, right? Make them think twice about it.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of alluding to what I was just speaking about a moment ago, where, you know, they've got the confidence to stand behind that Killjoy molly and just take gunfights, right? Because they don't expect XSET's going to be wide swinging anything, but Pure finding a step of confidence of his own, wide swings it, takes the gunfight. Victor falls, who is basically standing in the middle of A main with no support whatsoever. So
It's fearless.
Excellent start to the round, 5-on-4 now, and defensively, XSET postured decently to handle this B split that's underway now.
You mentioned they were postured decently. I'd say it was far more than that. We're starting to see some life out of XSET as the Flawless comes through just before that shock dart takes care of Pure. But again, for XSET, the important thing here is you're starting to see signs of life, right? Like they were in a great position there. The confidence from Pure to swing out in A heaven, to take that challenge and land the kill, and then really to have them walk into their crosshairs. That's important for XSET.
Yeah, and I think Pure, who played pretty darn well on Haven in the map prior, continuing, you know, he's 10-15. He's not as though it's just some standout performance, but that round in particular was for me where, you know, you take the ego challenge from A Heaven, you win your duel against the top fragger from Envy, collect 2 more with a brazen retake solo coming in through from defender spawn, basically.
Cool.
And as I say that,
yikes.
Envy shuts it down. 2 huge kills coming out from Victor. Aaron able to trade one of them out, but now it's a 2 on 3. Still might go to his own, but Aaron, a really uncomfortable duel there towards Tree. Mummy's going to clean that up with a running Phantom headshot. Crashes with another. And here we are, map and series point, Doug, 12-4 XSET on the road.
Match point.
And there it wasn't, I know we've talked about him a lot, but I mean, shoot, dude, he's 22-10. How do you not? It wasn't the run it back there that really popped off and gave him a ton of kills and a ton of space and information, what have you. It was what he did before that, right? Able to land a quick double into Weeded, and I believe it was Mummy who was right behind him, but either way, or excuse me, not we did Aaron, who was on the other side. Either way, the damage that Victor's been able to inflict upon XSET, the presence that's felt, it's just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, XSET seems a little off kilter. Even just going for that mid-peak. Hunter's Fury doesn't find its mark, but we did, and Pure have pushed through a main now.
Yeah, they have. They've taken a ton of space away. They're going to push members of Envy back. And I like the aggression that we're seeing out of them while playing safe towards B, right? They have a ton. They have utility from Killjoy. They have Astra Stars. They also have a couple of members there, understanding that they can apply pressure that way on the eastern half of the map and still have safety in the middle and on the western side.
XSET now regrouping back towards the A side of the map. 3 players over here towards Catwalk or Envy. 3 players from XSET are here defense. So both teams reading this pretty darn well. But BCJ and we did both getting caught out. Actually, Pure will still collect 2, so this is now an advantageous situation for XSET. Now down to a 2-on-1 as Mame finds his first. 20 seconds left though, no spike plant yet.
He has the Cosmic Divide. If he can get it down, he can really play around that ultimate and make something happen. Meanwhile, Aaron and Dwifo don't have the same luxury, but you're seeing some of those stars come out. He only has 12 seconds left. He's going to have to go.
10 seconds left.
Mummy getting the spike down. 2 players waiting just on the other side. Dwifo able to take care of him. That was a brutal spot. That would have been absolutely bonkers had he pulled it off, but not going to be the case. Dwifo's going to get the defuse. XSET live to play another round.
Yeah, and I thought XSET really was kind of mirroring Envy's movements around the map exceptionally well. You had, 2 players in Tree Room ready for that aggression, that push to come out, and despite that, Envy came through, ended up getting the better end of that situation. Really, once again, the heroics of Pure kind of balanced things back out for the side of XSET and made that round manageable. And so 2 players survive on the retake, able to get at least, they're not exactly flush. You've got a Bucky on We Did. But considering you've caused Envy to, slip a bit economically, and so you've got a Vandal on Crashies, but, not a whole lot to work with on the rest of the team. So this is a round that XSET will hope to come away with, Doug.
Well, they won't have much of a choice. We did with the Bucky, as you mentioned. Nanoswarm is used. He does have the run it back. But patiently waiting this out. No aggression from XSET early on like we saw in the previous round. Just waiting for Envy to be the ones to show first, potentially make a mistake. Great sidestep of a Nanoswarm. He swings. He has to. He gets 1. Dwifo gets the 2nd. That's pressure.
Yeah. And that is...
Oh, man.
Confidence now coming up from XSET, coming to bite BCJ in the face. Form of a Sheriff, and Pure's got 3 players coming in this tree position against him. Dwifo is there for backup. Finds 1, finds 2. Nice. Gets his 4th on the round, and Dwifo, so many times in this game, we've brought him up just as being the seemingly difference maker for XSET. The impact frags on the round wins that they are getting. So huge from him today.
Oh, absolutely. And a lot of that was really built off of the pressure that they were able to apply on B. Right, getting those kills, and then instantly, as soon as those 2 kills come through, and we did swings with the flash, realizes there's no one else there, you see them all flip towards A, and Dwifo was able to stand strong, get 4 huge kills, to again, live to fight another round, live to play it again. Oh man, they sniffed it out. Oh no, this could be trouble for XSET. Pure has already dropped. Caboose with the showstopper, good on to Weed It as well. Things have gone absolutely sideways with Dwifo. Once again, looking to answer the call, looking to be the hero for XSET. Gets a couple of kills, a couple of insanely important kills to keep the round alive. Looking for more. Yeah, baby, that's 3. The spike's down. Things looking really good for XSET again.
Dropping the alarm bot and a turret to help defend. BCJ's pushed through B main to meet up probably in defender spawn. Yeah. So it's FNS with a minute to play with. Meandering through mid, just trying to set himself up for a clutch here, Doug.
No spike. And he does have the lockdown, but the other problem is XSET know where the spike is, so they're just going to squat on it. FNS is just going to have to like go nuts, land these shots, win the gunfight, but that's not going to be the case. BCJ finds him, disposes of him. And what's that now? 4 in a row for XSET?
Yeah, and a 3-piece coming off the back of a 4-piece for Dwifo. I mean, that round was so bad for XSET to open things up. They're like, okay, we're feeling confident. Let's go for some mid pressure. I'm going to pop, run it back. We're going to push out, pinch him at tiles. And yet, immediately, everyone's getting just murked, just decapitated, tossed aside, and a showstopper coming out from Caboose. You know exactly where Weedit's body's going to be.
Yep.
And it really just seemed like that was Envy's round locked up. And Pure and Dwifo have
that's big
a few times in this game just drawn things back in the favor of XSET. Considering how well Envy is playing, they need every bit of that. Aaron finding 2 of his own. Huge kills.
Man, that's so pretty. Man, that looks good. The spray transfer on the Phantom out of BCJ, cleaning up Envy. And yeah, they didn't have great guns, but again, Lex, like when you're down 12 to, what was it, like 6? Or no, it was around like 4, right? It was like 12-4, 12-3, something like that. You really can't afford to make mistakes. And you find yourself in a position in an eco like that where you can easily like fumble it, right? Like things can easily go out of control. We see him in attack pause. Lex, what were your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm just gonna agree with you, Doug. I was excited there for Envy coming out of A main. It seemed as though 2 different players may have just been, out of step, out of position. Aaron resets behind the box, knowing he got seen, and him and BCJ both just chime in for collective dual frags apiece. In a different universe, Astropun could have been made there, but I'll save you. In a different reality, you maybe lose that opening engagement. Aaron gets one sheriff shot to the face. BCJ gets shot in the back of the head, and you're in a 5-on-3 retake scenario. Envy really looked like it was just a matter of timing there coming out of A main. Instead, XSET, like you said, were positioned well enough to handle it, and they delivered on those kills, and they only lost 1 player, at the end of the day. So talk about mounting a comeback. You force Envy to attack pause, to rethink what they're doing a little bit here, and this is, I think, is already a nice response. Ooh, actually, as I say that, I say they're going to contest, but they're not. It's only towards A main right now.
Lex, it's free. They just got another ult in the hands of Crashies. They push through, and they're waiting for him with open arms. Mummy and Caboose are able to get a couple of kills apiece. They're going to flip the map, push over towards B. The lockdown's on the opposite side, so that's not going to be a factor. Pure looking to once again will his team back into a better situation, and so far, so good. Gets 1 with the frenzy. He has the operator. He's going to try to anchor back, and if you buy time for Dwifo, you may have a chance. There it is, but the Hunter's Fury looking to negate things. Dwifo takes care of Victor. Pure trying to stay alive, not able to do it. Mummy gets 3 to put XSET away. 13-8 for Envy.
That is a tough way to lose that round. Oh, especially if we were spectating it from Pure's perspective. A few missed opportunities, but Envy really just taking that tag pause. And really, I don't think they did anything tremendously special. They grabbed Orb A main, they regrouped back towards B for an execute. And the aggression coming out from XSET really just came back to bite them. 2-0 is the series. Envy in a dominant fashion take it over XSET.
And XSET, man, like XSET, they bubbled up, right? They showed signs of life. They were getting things going, but it was just too little too late, right? And, we mentioned at the beginning of that round how free those ult orbs had been. Victor already had his run it back. So for them to get that ult in the hands of Crashies, to then use the Hunter's Fury to really make an impact on what Dwifo was able to do in that round, I mean, if that's not a perfect example of the pain that's felt from giving up ult orbs for free, Lex, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and I really, man, throughout this entire series, if I was to go back, put my analyst hat on full force, I think it'd be a treat to see how Envy adjusts throughout this series, specifically on their defensive side to deal with whatever XSET throws at them. Because, I mean, think about how Haven went for sure, but then even here on Ascent, they maybe yielded a few more rounds, but Envy very much looked in control of this game. Yeah. And at no point did I really think XSET had an opportunity to come back.
Well, and even in the end of that map where it looked like there may be something happening, there may be something going on. I mentioned this earlier, but the problem is you find yourself in so deep of a deficit, you have to play perfect, right? And yeah, you can get away with perfect rounds 4, 5, even 6, right? But you're playing Envy, right?
Yeah.
They walked away with 4 rounds there. They won 5. They're only dropping round 16. That really was what started to get the snowball going. But again, the hole that they dug themselves was just too deep.
Yeah, I mean, even just starting from the very first pistol of the game, Doug, saw that 4-man stack towards A for Envy, and it ended up paying off, for them. But I just feel like FNS, the leadership over at Envy, the experience these guys have now, having played together for so long, it seems as though when they are clicking and they've got an appropriate handle on the outcome of the rounds that are going in their favor, they're able to dictate the pace. When they're able to execute their game plan, man, it is so impressive to watch them play against, even the caliber of XSET. They look dominant.
Yeah, I mean, Victor, I mean, what more can you say about his performance? It was just really from top to bottom, the value he was able to provide on that Phoenix. And really Pure, you mentioned him when things looked real bad for XSET, right? Where it didn't look like there was a sliver of hope. It was Pure who really sparked, right? That flame, who started to get something going for XSET. So he had a great performance there, and then Thwyfo piled it on, but really there was just too much. And I'm pulling the stat out of memory, but I want to say it was 10 frag wins to 3 in favor of Envy. When you've got a Phoenix like that who's really able to take over, right? When you've got Crashy doing what he does there, when you've got so many things working for Envy, you see that play out.
Yeah, and it's not just, finding a first blood or an entry for your team all the time. I feel like there was so often where he's converting multi-kill rounds, and it's not as though they're just like wash away eco rounds, just pistols. Like most of the time, he's able to find those entries against, fully kitted out defenders. So well done to I almost called him Victor, and an excellent performance.
I think I did at one point in the middle of that match. But speaking of Victor, let's take a look at the player-player matchup. Now that the series is behind us, I know we're going to be highlighting Victor on one side and then Thwyfo on the other. 16.7% first blood percentage. Wow. 16 points. I mean, like you feel the pressure, right? Like you can't forget him. You have to track Victor wherever he is on the map, because at any given point in time, he can just like full send at your face and take 2 or 3 with him.
Yeah. On the other side of things, and hats off to Thwyfo. I know I talked about him a bunch in the last map, but on both maps, even on Haven, it seemed as though there was probably 2 or 3 rounds where without his individual performance, XSET would have had no shot in the rounds. And I mean, like, man down, odd man situations, he's playing 2, 3v5s and finding multi-kill frags in those rounds. And it's enough at times to overcome, the power of Envy to, get a few rounds on the board. It's not enough to win a match, obviously. So I think, his performance is something he can be proud of today for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see how things are panning out, as once again, if you're just joining us, XSET put up a fight at the end there, but it was really Envy who was able to walk away with things, a 2-0 win. And it was really pretty across the board. Envy's going to advance for a date with 100 Thieves later on. Meanwhile, XSET's going to drop down. They're going to be matched up against Immortals that we're going to be seeing here in a moment. And, obviously with that comes the fact that 100 Thieves made very quick work of Cloud9, a 2-0 win. Lex, did you expect that?
I did not. only because I think both of those teams, have a little bit of question marks over them for the past few weeks, especially with how Cloud9 blew dispatched of Immortals yesterday. I just kind of expected that to be a tight game, but
yeah,
13-10, 13-6, 100 Thieves really kind of stole the show there.
They did. They look very good. Folks, we're going to cut to a break. I have good news for you, though. On the other side of the break, we have one more match to go. XSET's going to be fighting for tournament life against Immortals, who are doing the same. They've been waiting. They've been watching. And now they're going to get a chance to advance in the tournament. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+, as well as Discovery+, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups, always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
Need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
Welcome back, friends, to VCT Stage 2 Challengers Week 1. We have one series in the books. We have one more ahead of us. XSET and Immortals fighting for tournament life. I'm Doug, and with me is Lex. And Lex, we just saw XSET. In a lot of moments, it didn't look great, but now they're going to get a chance to redeem themselves in a very important matchup against a very good Immortal squad.
Yeah. I hope for the sake of XSET they can kind of shake off what just happened to them in that mauling of a series against against Envy. But despite the fact that, maybe they got outclassed in the last series, I think partially that could be due to the fact that a few of the players definitely didn't look like they were hitting their shots, fragging maybe to the capacity that they could be. So we'll count that as a warm-up for XSET. And considering, Immortals is coming into this match cold, I expect that they're going to be having just watched the match prior, considering they get to kind of do their homework ahead of time. I got to imagine that Immortals is going to be favored here, Doug.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but I mean, you can spin that the other way, right? Like XSET comes in hot, right? Like they're warm. They just started to build a really good bit of momentum up against Envy at the end of Ascent, and you could easily see that spin that other way, but either way, we're just a few moments from really not having to speculate any longer and seeing how it's going to play out. We know XSET, right? But let's take a look at Immortals. Let's take a look at the lineup and who they're going to be bringing into the fold here. As you see on your screen, if you were hanging out with us last night, we saw these players. You got Rossi, Shot Up, who joined us for the post-match interview last night, Chemicals, JC Staney, and then Gangsta, stalwarts in North America who consistently get to the top, right? Like they have made winning part of their DNA. They've shown that they can do it with a myriad of different rosters, and now they're looking to do it again. Yeah,
I think Immortals, you got to be looking at this team, especially if you've been around on the Valorant scene for a while. Got to expect that they're going to, as you said, be able to compete at the top. And it's not just, being there, they have the capacity to win. And so considering XSET, who maybe just kind of are missing that X factor of being able to top of the likes of Envy or whatever, Immortals has already shown that sort of magic dust where they're able to kind of, pull wins out, kind of plug their way to victory on new rosters and new compositions, whatever. They've got the grit to make that happen, and they've got the skill to do it as well. So kind of alluding back to what you were saying just a moment ago about coming into a match hot or warm or whatever, with XSET having just played a series, I hope that we get to see an Immortals that is not only just coming in warmed up, but ready to play this match, because, both teams at their peak can really be a treat to watch, and Immortals was giving that to us yesterday.
They were. Well, let's take a look at XSET on the other side of the coin. I know you're familiar with them, but let's take a look at them one more time. You've got Pure, Thwifo, BCJ, Aaron, and then we did a roster that has really come up, right? Like a glow up, so to speak. They were very strong contenders early on in the lifespan of Valorant, and they have made a name for themselves. They have carved out a space among North America's elite, qualified for Masters, and now they're looking to get back, right, to Masters 2, but Immortals is going to be standing on the other side. Lex, if there's one thing that you could highlight that needs to change from XSET going into this matchup, what is it?
I'm not sure if I could necessarily pinpoint one thing that needs to change as much as, how they could do better against Envy next time, because it didn't necessarily seem that XSET was playing super poorly, but maybe they were just getting outclassed a bit. I will say this, though. Considering Immortals is coming into this match, hopefully warmed up, but not as warm as your team is, right? You came out great against Envy. You play with confidence, and it paid dividends on your opening into the series. Got to come back with that same fire, man.
Yep. You're going to have to. Let's take a look at the two players that we're going to be highlighting in this matchup. They both play Jet. They can both be electric. They both have a propensity to put up highlight reels, and it's going to be Pure on the side of XSET and JC Staney for Immortals. You see the stats. You see, even in the numbers, how willing they are to just full send, right? And honestly, you see that in some of their deaths as well, right? High first blood percentages, but with that comes a lot of early deaths.
Yeah, and JC Staney, kind of the flex agent player for this team in a lot of cases. We saw him on Astra yesterday. We saw him on Jet as well. That kind of depth, we talked a lot about it yesterday again, but just having that depth of being able to play several different compositions, having players that can play multiple roles on a team. Shot Up underplayed that to some degree in our post-game interview yesterday as maybe being not that important. But from the outside looking in, I really think that Immortals kind of has that capability that other teams don't. And actually, he highlighted this as one of their strengths is a lot of times teams don't really know how Immortals is going to be playing when they go into that matchup. They can kind of use that to their advantage and almost shock teams with their style of play. I don't know if that'll be a factor here today, Doug, but certainly you got to think it's an advantage.
I think another thing as we think back to the Verizon post-match interview from last night with Shot Up, there was frustration there, right? Like he identified, I didn't play well. We expect to really beat Andbox a lot worse than we did. So you kind of wonder, Lex, in a position like that where you have a team who maybe in their opinions got away with the win that should have been far more dominant. They have another chance here against XSET who just, kind of got beat up by Envy. Do you fear for XSET that Immortals are going to be coming out to really make a statement?
Yes, absolutely. And I think this, when I referred to it as magic stuff, but really Immortals has beaten the best teams, right? They've come out on top consistently, not every time, not every matchup, but they've been able to compete at that level. And it's you're sitting there with your teammates day in, day out, playing practice against these teams. You know what you're capable of. You know what your peak is. And that is something that I think for XSET is still a little bit of an unknown. So for Immortals here, right, they know what they're capable of. And yeah, it's going to be so difficult to overcome that.
We'll see where this is all going to go down, whether or not they're able to overcome some of that adversity that's facing them, as we do have maps. Let's take a look at where this series is going to be going down. Icebox off the board, Haven off the board, and that's going to leave us with, in my opinion, a really good map pool for these two teams, both of them in Ascent, Find, and then Split. Lex, your thoughts on the maps?
Okay, so we do see Ascent, which I made the comment few moments ago that Immortals will have gotten to see that map just played by XSET, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not they come out with any kind of counters for what XSET likes to do. But Find, Split, gotta think that for the side of Immortals, this is a pretty solid map pool, man.
Yeah, and I think for XSET too, right? They, with Haven being off the board, which we saw how good they were against BBG, not so much against Envy, this might actually be exactly what they wanted, right? Introduce some of these new maps that they haven't really gotten any reps on in this tournament. Something a bit different that could potentially throw a wrinkle in the fold.
Yeah, I think you're actually right. When I'm thinking about Ascent, I'm only reflecting the match that just happened against Envy, but I think typically this is a map that for XSET they're comfortable on it. So I think as far as this the map selection goes, really isn't as bad as maybe I just painted it to be for XSET, but both teams will be satisfied.
Agent Select just around the corner again. XSET and Immortals both fighting for tournament life as they go toe-to-toe. You see Aaron already locking in the Astra. We saw it in the previous map, and I can't tell if Weeded's playing with my emotions here. He probably is.
There's no way.
But I mean, Weeded was one of the pioneers of the Venom Lady.
Hey man, I've got a Viper photograph hanging on my wall right behind me. All right.
Oh, you're right.
I want to see her. I want to see her in play so bad, but Weeded's over here just, like you said, man, playing games with our heart.
Messing with us. He played the Phoenix last time around. Dwifo was on the Killjoy. Meanwhile, on the side of Immortals, you've got JC Staney on the Jet, as you'd expect. Rossi rocking the Astra. Shot Up on the Reyna, which we mentioned earlier, wasn't stand out, wasn't stellar, but it was enough to get Immortals to win last night. Gangsta on the Sova, and then last but not least, Chemicals. And we did extinguishing any of that tease, any of that fun, as he is going to lock down the Phoenix.
You brought up Shut Up. I actually just went up and looked at the statistics. He finished at the top of the team for rating and combat score yesterday. It's not as though Shot Up had a horrible series. He's just used to putting up plus 20 rating, just incredible performances against every team. It's you know what? I didn't drop 30. I sucked.
I'm disappointed.
I don't believe you anymore, man. Okay. But like you said, you know, the Reyna maybe specifically didn't have the same impact that he maybe does on other maps. So see whether or not today, at least, we see an improved performance on Ascent for him. But you know, in generalities, I think you can say that Immortals coming in with I think this is the same comp from yesterday, right? Yeah. But you know, we saw them up against an Omen. You've got an Astra on the other side, so it'll be an interesting matchup here.
It will. We see 60% of you leaning towards Immortals. Meanwhile, like I said, maybe it's because of what you guys just saw, not feeling the love as much. It's only 40% of you are going that way. Just a second from kicking this bad boy off. You see XSET's going to start on the defensive side. Pure opting to go for Sheriff early on as Immortals leans towards B.
Love Jet Sheriff buys, but like you said, plays towards B. Jet dash in, and already we see a fast play from Immortals. Entry going the way of JC, standing onto Aaron. Despite the fact that maybe we're locked on Pure as a perspective, we do have a lot of action going down at B, and now on a 5v3, a retake here for XSET.
Yeah, BCJ was alone on the site there. It was a brutal spot. He's eventually going to drop as XSET, or excuse me, as Immortals were able to take the site. They get the spike down. Now we see XSET as they try to retake things. JC Staney's gonna drop. He did on the Phoenix. We saw a chaotic pistol round earlier. Rossi was devastating from that exact spot yesterday. Lex, we'll see if he's able to do anything here. The clock continuing to tick away. Thwyfo's left alone. There's that Sheriff, good for one. He only has 21 health though. He's not gonna be around for long. Shot up takes care of him. Immortals win the pistol.
Standard B execute with JC Staney picking up 3 with a frenzy along the tailwind towards Switch, but man, that you know, we're talking a little bit about, you know, XSET moving into this map, having just warmed up a bit, and of course we're only one round in. But Thwyfo did pick up 3. It's not as though they were completely harmless on the retake. A bit unfortunate. It was Pure getting with a recon dart getting spammed through that wall. It's very uncomfortable early, and an early Phantom coming out here from AC Stanny as the A main pressure comes through. See whether or not they meet any resistance now.
Oh boy. Gangsta was good for one. There was JC Staney's Phantom that you mentioned coming online, and good for his second one as well. He had all those 3 kills in the opening round, 1 point away from the Blade Storm. Now he's got that online. The investment from the Phantom paying off as XSET. They've got a Bucky and they've got a Marshall. Well, they had a Marshall. Thwyfo's all that's left.
JC Stanny farming those eco frags with a Phantom. Which, you know what, man? You get a 3-piece on the pistol. I guess you earned that. But covering no weaponry yet. Got Thwyfo holding onto that Buggy. I can't imagine he's going to be... I was about to say getting any more than 1 kill here, and he almost did. Chemicals cutting it close. Imagine there's a world in which he comes away with 3 or 4 kills and makes me look like an idiot. However, got a... he was able to save the Spectre at least, but passes his head on to BCJ. Buys one of his own.
All right, so he's going full up Phantom. He's going to have light armor. He also has that lockdown. You wonder if early on here they choose to invest it.
Yeah. And they did this a couple times against, you know, Envy in the previous series, where they walked right into B main.
Oh boy.
For another B execute.
Yep, JC Staney with the Blade Storm didn't spot him, and Aaron was just able to hold things down. Aaron with 3 already, looking for more. Good punch try. He's gonna have to reload. Oh, not able to land the second. Rossi does, but it didn't matter at that point. XSET had done so much off the back of Aaron to give them the advantage, and then at that point it was just really dotting your I's and crossing your T's at the end for Pure to get the last XSET on the board.
Yeah, I don't know if JC Staney just didn't see Aaron in that position, or if Aaron just executed some really nice trigger discipline, but came away with 3 almost unresponded damage in his direction. You know, just being able to buy all that time for your team alone, so strong, but finding the 3 frags certainly doesn't hurt. And that early... Of course, that was just a bonus, but early B main push, at least for Immortals, cleaned up nicely by XSET. Now early mid aggression is being paid back in turn onto JC Staney's face.
Shot Up's getting messed up a bit as well. He's going to have to back off. The ult orb going into the hands of Gangsta as he gets one step closer to bringing that Hunter Fury online. Meanwhile, Shot Up just continuing to push the matter in, getting another kill onto Aaron through the smoke. They're going to have full access onto A. Unless Weeded can do something about it. Unfortunate, man. The wall's there. That hot hands isn't going to come through. Now he's going to shoot it out. Rossi playing back, trying to stay alive. So important in this situation. There's that lockdown that we talked about earlier. Shot Up potentially looking to challenge. Spots one player, but has to back up. Yeah, they have to respect this lockdown. Oh, the lockdown goes down. They're going to funnel into the site. Now Shot Up already good for 3. He did. Looking for more. Lands it. Looking for a second. He's going to have to switch to the classic. He's going to get sucker punched on the side by Shot Up. Feeling much better this round than what we heard from him last night. He gets 4. Rossi gets the last. Immortals get to 3.
I don't think Shot Up let go of W throughout that entire course of the round. Just non-stop moving phantom frags. The man's getting it done. He's feeling good. And yeah, I mean, contrasting that interview from yesterday, that's you know, if he shows up again today and he's like, man, I played terribly despite the fact that he was top rated, I'm gonna call him out on it because Shot Up, you're on fire, man. 3 rounds for Immortals now, and you know, XSET, who against Envy found a lot of their success, if we want to call it a lot, on the defensive side. Okay, we did immediately finding one of the JC Sanity mid again.
Well, and this is the exact look that we saw against Envy, but far more successful. But Rossi actually is able to get a couple of really big kills to turn things back in favor of Immortals. XSET just down to 2 now as Weeded drops. Pure is down to 62 health. And this was a weird buy, right? Like, I think there was a share from the hands of BCJ, but a couple of other rifles in there. It wasn't full strength as Immortals was. You're seeing some of that play out. But Pure, again, looking to put the team on his back. Oh my gosh. Pure good for 2. Wifo gets 1 as well. All of a sudden, you blink and you miss it. Numbers advantage in favor of Immortals. Wifo secures it. They robbed that round from Immortals.
Yeah, I mean, we started out with the entry from Weeded, but it almost is becoming characteristic at this point where, you know, despite the fact that XSET finds the entries, they find some way to throw it away. There was 2 players that fell towards Rossi. I think it was B main. Really fell apart quickly, but the same heroes that were aforementioned, Thwafo and Pure, just able to bring rounds, those impact frags coming up so big, and right there, really that was an Immortals round to be won. Would have been a 4-1, you know, things would have been great for them. And instead, XSET wins the round, is able to buy back into this one, of course, and you know, the score remains close at 3-2, but the greater story there, I think, is that XSET recovered from a disastrous situation in a round and came away with one that maybe they shouldn't have.
Now Aaron on the Spectre, he's got the Cosmic Divide. He's the only one not rocking a rifle on the side of XSET. Meanwhile, for Immortals here, they made a good bit of noise early on. Got some info that there's nobody pushing in aggressively across the middle of the map. They're playing this one slow, cutting noise before they show anything. There are a ton of Astra Stars waiting for them on the entrance to A.
Yeah, and this Owl drone will confirm things for XSET. They don't need to be too uncomfortable because they have no information anywhere on the map. But now they know at least that Immortals is in a main. Execute comes out.
Oh, Pure having to dash away after there's a good bit of aggression coming in from JC Stanley. Gangsta using the Hunter's Fury. Tag a couple of members up. But Immortals managed to get onto the site. They disposed of the 2 members that were waiting there, and now XSET in a 3v5. Looking to retake. No ultimates online. They just kind of have to wait out the Cosmic Divide, and now they're going to go. ECJ looking to shoot through the wall. That's huge. Thwifo's going to have to invest even more utility, and yeah, that's a good bit of information from the alarm bot, understanding where JC Staney is. The clip runs dry. ECJ's left alone, and oh no. A brutal spot, trying to get some more information, trying to use that utility to try to tip things back in his favor. Terrible timing as he drops. Immortals get to 4.
Yeah, I don't know what just fell apart there for XSET. They had all the players in the right spots. They needed to somehow collect themselves and make a defense of it at A, and instead, almost no damage being returned for the first 2 frags. First bloods go the way of Immortals, and man, that's painful because, you know, to some degree, you've got to think Defensively speaking, XSET, they've shown us some aggression. They may actually do it over here towards B main again. But the aggression hasn't worked out for them.
Right.
They haven't come out these rounds really anything more than maybe a man up for a moment or two before it gets traded. And finally, they give a passive look. They give a correct stack on the correct side of the map, and yet Immortals just blow right through them. Now it's 4-2 with a really broken buy for XSET, who fails to build a bank on the prior round. And this is a little scary, I think, for XSET, Doug.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at Immortals right now. They're just wandering through mid and most of the map. They haven't seen any aggression here on this low bot round from XSET, so all they need to do is be a little bit diligent when it comes to clearing things out, take their time with it when it comes to actually hitting the site. Clearing B main here against We Did.
With a Bucky.
Yeah, and as long as they do that,
said than done.
yeah, as long as they don't get Buckied, it should be their round here.
I love how Immortals are just, I mean, they're really quiet about it, right? Like, they're methodically moving their way towards, all right, here we go. The alarm bot got shot out. That was a cue. They had to go forward. We did not able to land on anything with the Bucky. Meanwhile, shot up in Gangsta. Take care of a couple of members of XSET that were there, that were waiting, trying to play spoiler. Again, you have to remember they didn't have much as far as gun goes, but you don't really need a gun when you've got Pure's Blade Storm. He drops. Aaron gets one as well. 2 members left on the side of XSET. 11 seconds left. They managed to get the spike down. But that's really... I mean, XSET, as much as they delayed that, that was all they were really able to do. Rossi takes care of BCJ at the end there. You felt the gun difference, and maybe there's a world in there with Pure and the Blade Storm. They're able to make something happen, a little bit of magic, but just ran a bit dry as Immortals continue to pile on.
Yeah, and Immortals making all the right calls here. And that's why I think to some degree, maybe we... Well... It's 5-2. It's not as though this half's completely over. You could absolutely see a world in which XSET can claw their way back into this. You like 7 rounds and have a winning half, but really, I mean, talking about being warm coming into this series, coming out confident, all those things that we talked about in the pregame, well, none of it has really come to pass. The only positive thing you could really say is that a few players on XSET are playing exceptionally well, Pure being one of them, finding that entry for his team, making this retake on A that'll be coming out any moment now a little bit easier in a 5-on-4.
Ooh, good lineup with the hot hands. And that doesn't feel good. Rossi down to 50 health. But the spike eventually does go down. Excuse me. Hunter Fury coming out from BCJ. Able to get one. Gangsta alone. Woo. Not around for long. Pure gets 3. XSET with an excellent response. And it really, I mean, across the board, Lex, the use of the ultimates, waiting out the Hunters, or excuse me, the lockdown from Chemicals, We Did with the hot hands, it all came together for XSET.
It was beautiful. They had the early information, and I think the biggest part, because the lockdown did get dropped, nobody on XSET was surprised or out of position. And I mean that as in, they've got the early information, they've got the intel on where they're going, and all you need to do is not get shot in the face. And Pure even being confident enough in his game right now to kind of swing out of heaven, get that first frag. I think it was onto Aaron. You know, that really changes the complexion of the round, because yes, if you yield the site, you don't give up any kills, but you don't get any either. And it's a 5-on-5 retake. Like, that really is really tough to win as a defender, no matter what's going on, especially when you haven't burned their utils. So instead, as you said, they hold fast. We Did gets a hot hands out. All of the util, the retake is very well choreographed, and XSET showing us the life that we know they have right now, but haven't necessarily had an opportunity to showcase it yet in this matchup. But they find their third.
They do, and they're in a position here where they're able to really get something going, right? Builds off of some of that momentum and really pile it on. You're seeing that Nano Swarm come out, clear out top cat. That might be just enough. No, they're not moving. They're not really biting on it. Meanwhile, BCJ with his drone getting a good bit of info across B. So at this point, right, like, there's no utility that's been tripped on A. They just got some good info on B. But now the jig's surely going to be up.
Get out of my way.
He doesn't move, though. He knows that he's easy enough as it is to dodge that utility. Here it is. B-push coming in from Immortals.
You see the adaptation from JC Stanley, checking that again because he wasn't going to be punished twice. Blade's just going a bit wide. Aaron seemed to be missing a ton of shots himself, but either way, he's able to get the kill with the classic. Pure looking for one as well. Shot up. Looking to put the round on his back. It's actually Rossi who's good for one. We did alone. Lockdown there. This is certainly a winnable spot, but yes, good for one. Curveball, good for the second. Weighted clutches out the round for XSET.
Okay. And that is a player that we've needed to come online here for XSET and make something happen. We did. Showing his stuff, collecting 2 on the retake, wins the clutch. And really, I mean, I think it was Pure who really started the retake for XSET. Down 2. But even right here, you think 2-on-1. Shot up in Rossi on site with the spike going down. The issue was not only is the lockdown limiting your space, but you only got 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left on the round. Right. You're really constrained and confined to the amount of spots you can play. And
oh baby,
just toying with it. There's BCJ with the Odin to open things up on a gangster. That does not feel good.
Right, and that's really important for XSET, right? Because once you get a couple of boxes that go your way, right? Like things start to go your way, you feel some of that momentum, you get something going, all of a sudden you play with a bit more confidence. We did with the clutch, BCJ already getting 1. This could be a pivotal moment in the series for XSET if they're able to continue to capitalize. The other thing worth mentioning, Lex, is that Immortals is on a weird buy, right? Like JC Stanley has something, Rossi maybe with the Spectre, but it's pistols the rest of the way.
Yeah, I kind of figured this would be mostly a full eco additive instead. There is weaponry, as I say that. The Ares goes down. BCJ just collecting heads with the Odin, a 3rd, perhaps a 4th now.
Yep.
And that's all she wrote. And I think kind of to touch on what you were saying, Doug, you're so right. Having this be a pivotal moment in the half specifically, but perhaps the entire game in the series, where XSET probably 2 or 3 out of the last 3 or 4 rounds, you've had a man advantage early, right? You've had Pure finding a pick, you've had BCJ finding a pick, but not only are you willing to take a little bit more risks now that you've got your economy under control, you've found a little bit of that self-confidence, but you got that for absolutely free, and that's the danger of the Odin Sova combo there over at B, is off of little to no information with no risk to yourself. Well, I say no risk. There are a few risks. People can spam back at you after all, but he gets 1 for free, and it's a feel-good frag, and now it's 5s all. Early mid-pressure going the way of XSET. Pure finds 1 into Rossi.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Weeded who used the run it back to clear the middle of the map, but as you mentioned, it was actually Pure. The tandem push enough for him to get a kill, and now he's got that Blade Storm online.
Yeah, taking a lot of map control and...
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Tagging. Oh, I lied.
Just enough to get some info, right? Make him think twice, and yeah, Weeded's going to be able to heal up potentially to full. No, just 10 points short. But again, Pure, that space he was able to take. Oh, you can see the temptation. He wanted to swing. Now he goes. Takes care of Chemicals. Op shot goes just a bit wide as Pure continues to really wreak havoc across the middle of the map.
Yeah, shot up, losing his duel onto Aaron means this will be a 5-on-2. JC Stanley low HP with the operator at A main. He'll fall. Gangsta now with the Odin, who may at some point in this round hopes to counter spam. Now he's getting pushed hard by the likes of XSET, who are now... I mean, you pegged it as a pivotal round, Doug, and I think you may have had the most omniscient freaking take of the day so far, where you're seeing things for what they are, and that is absolutely right. You haven't seen XSET drop around since, and now they're winning the half, 6-5.
Yeah, they look good. You're feeling some of that like confidence play out, and it wasn't just Weeded playing aggressively, using the run it back to take the middle of the map, but again, Pure followed, got himself into a good spot to be able to provide a big impact kill later on to Chemicals, and now they're going to continue really to cook on that, right? Pure peeking heavy with the op, going to use the Blade Storm. Weeded was there as well. Meanwhile, for Immortals, this is a heavy A hit. I mean, no question about it. That's where they want to go. The Empress is coming online. Aaron with the op, good for 1. And Pure has 1 as well. Dueling operators as they try to cross. Really lock down entrance into the site, but Gangsta on the Sova is enough to stop things for the time being. But look, even with that in mind, feeling the pressure of both of those ops, Immortals says, let's get the heck out of here. They're going to pull off.
Yeah. That double operator is not exactly something you want to be walking into. Aaron does get traded out, though. So for Immortals, the decision to kind of walk away, you leave JC standing in wine, maybe come back to A when you're ready. And they've walked all the way up catwalk, and Pure is going to be holding this angle so aggressively. This is really dangerous, Doug.
Oh, they're going to swing. Pure narrowly missing. Meanwhile, JC Stanley goes in aggressively. Challenges weeded. Pure drops as well. You highlighted it was dangerous, and JC Stanley making you look brilliant in that moment with the Spectre. Gangsta's going to get the spike down. A 2v4 here. As there's no reason to pull any punches. The last round of the half, the Cosmic Divide's going to come out. BCJ does have the Hunter's Fury, and we've seen how good he can be with this weapon, but he's severely outnumbered. Oh my gosh! BCJ already gotten 3. Looking for another one. No, Gangsta trades it out. Dwifo, Gangsta in a 1v1. Dwifo, ring around the rosy around the generator, and Gangsta comes up huge for Immortals.
And that's a huge round from Gangsta to solidify that 6-round half. I mean, you think about those frags coming in from BCJ. He had 2 shock darts, a recon dart available to him, and the Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned, and a drone. He had a full kit. And he didn't even need it. Really set his teammate up well, but just came up short. And that is so tragic to see for XSET fans out there. But, you know, there were a few different points in that half, Doug, where me with my, you know, ivory tower of casting indifference, I'm just like, you know what, XSET, this is really looking like a rough half for you guys. Really was looking like it could be a 7-5 Immortals half, and ultimately they were able to bring it back to 6s all. So, you know, for Immortals, I would characterize that as a fantastic attack half, but for XSET, it could have been worse, man.
Oh, no, like I say, I think I'm willing to go further and say that was really a great half from both sides. XSET, they made notable adjustments. They played with a little bit of confidence to get it to where they did. But now on attack, a heavy lean towards A. The spike following as well. Oh, they're split, and they have a couple playing by tiles to check out the middle of the map, understanding nobody's pushing it aggressively. Down Cat from the side of Immortals to kind of play spoiler.
Wonder if they're going to try and work up tree here. No. Using that owl drone to get all that information, and certainly Immortals is aware of it. Yeah.
JC Stanley's behind them. JC Stanley could be able to play spoiler. Oh, he dealt some damage. But that was it. He was able to dash away. Chemical's still playing back on the site. He has a decent bit of utility to protect him initially. As members of XSET, they're just going to, like 2 ships passing in the night, they're going to work their way through. Chemicals did spot 1, though. The turret's there. Now XSET stuck on the site. JC Stanley's there. The Frenzy is there as well. BCJ. Oh my gosh, that feels like a horrible place to be. Got a couple of members running at you. Guns blazing. Shot up, and Chemicals win the round for Immortals.
Yeah, and another big pistol going the way of Immortals. And you got to think for XSET, you know, every round obviously is going to count here, but we have seen 2 halves out of them on the attack side of 2 different maps so far today, Doug. And the fact of the matter is, the bottom line up front, it has not been great. It's not been all gravy. Things have not really been rolling in their favor.
Right.
You hope that pistol round maybe goes their way just by the fact that maybe there's an inkling that they have something in store for us yet. Instead, Immortals, who have looked rock solid at times so far on this first map here on Ascent, are now plowing up a split perhaps for XSET now. Here it comes.
Oh boy. Rossi was waiting there even with the cloudburst. He was able to get one. Now they did pass him. The problem is Rossi was left unchecked, right? Like he can really blow things up from tree, and that's why they're pushing it aggressively towards him. Rossi drops eventually. BCJ good with 2 with the Sheriff, and he's going to upgrade a weapon. Excuse me, Pure is. So you're starting to see some of that advantage go in favor of XSET, but Shot Up might just... My gosh, Shot Up's just going to stick it. The ball's on this guy to stick it, and Gangsta mows him down if they have to challenge him. What a play by Immortals.
Wow. And Immortals just knowing, okay, they've taken tree control. They're indoors. Somebody hold this. I'm sticking. The defuse comes through. No hesitation whatsoever. And now Immortals, really, that round looked like they had no shot at losing it. BCJ came back with 2 Sheriff kills that you know, really didn't have a tremendous amount of value in the grand scheme of things. They did lose the round, but at least you're keeping their economy in check. You know, you forced this bonus round for Immortals to be even weaker than it was before, but still scary for the likes of XSET.
Once again, early Hunter's Fury usage by BCJ. Chemicals didn't even get tagged. The Bucky's not going to do much. And Rossi, yeah, he got one, but Dwifo was able to pick him apart. They're going to get entry onto the site. Remember, this is a rifle round for XSET 2 into mostly a bonus on the side of Immortals. Gangsta using the drone to try to get some info. This Pure is just so weak. Right, but what can Immortals do to retake? Gangsta trying to spam through the wall. Good bit of utility being used, but that should be all that's left. Pure taking care of JC Stanny. But Gangsta equalizing things, understanding there's another player right beneath him. He's going to have to back up, not able to clear out the recon dart. Now they've got to go. They're running out of time. The Lear's there. Aaron in a great spot to play spoiler, even if the rest of it goes sideways. Shot up good for one. He's going to have to drop down and aggressively peek. Shot up's just out of time, man. He was out of time. He didn't have anyone around him. A great round by XSET. Yeah, it was Immortals bonus, but those are important rounds to win.
Yeah, and Aaron and BCJ holding solid at the end. Those are two big guns you want to keep in play in this next round. And yeah, I mean, that was a full bonus for Immortals, so I really was unfortunate. Watching Chemicals POV as they started to come out of A main did not quite connect on the Bucky. But that, I mean, getting 3 rifles down, you hope for a little bit more maybe for Immortals, maybe cause all 5 to drop and keep that economy in check. But defensively speaking, not a bad round to lose, especially when you're, like I said, you're keeping the economy of XSET in check. And XSET, who, you know, I think as we kind of go through this half, they're going to need to, as we see him on the minimap, JC Stanny, more and more ground with that operator. But we're going to see them try and avoid that as much as possible. And over here at mid, they've made almost no contact up until now.
Yeah, they know where they are. Gangsta using the Hunter's Fury, understanding they're across the middle of the map, and Manny's good for one. BCJ drops, the spike follows. And now they're in a position where they have to reconsider things. You also mentioned JC Stanny and the space he's been able to take away with the operator down B. Looking like Dwifo wants to challenge that a bit. That's where they want to go, and JC Stanny may get his chance here. No, the Astra utility just enough to push him back, make him think about it. Meanwhile, Shot Up, who's been so patient, I don't think he'd moved the entire round. Good for 2, as Gangsta gets a couple as well. A 3K for Gangsta as Immortals keep that lead by 2.
Wow. JC Stanny able to take that B main control early, allows his teammates to turn their attention towards mid, where the entirety of the XSET roster lurked. And yet, Shot Up coming away with 2. Gangsta, the anchor over there at the B side of site. Sidewalk came away with 2 open frags. That is just a beautiful setup, beautiful holding coordination and a crossfire out of Immortals that'll get them their 9th round on the game.
Get out of my way.
Round closer towards taking map 1 as XSET. Really now on a mostly broken buy, we've got 2 Buckies, a Spectre, a Frenzy, and a Classic. Not a whole lot to brag about.
All right, so XSET have shown that they're willing to invest ultimates in ecos. And here we're seeing it again. The lockdown coming out. Pure is going to follow with the Blade Storm. No Hunter's Fury to pave the way. So you see Pure a bit more timid in his entry. But they finally worked their way in. JC Stanny's optics push up. Pure goes in. Pure good for 1. He's going to dash out. Stays alive just barely. As we did with the Bucky. Gets 1. Chemicals trades it out. The spike is down. JC Stanny bringing his own Blade Storm into the mixed cloud. I mean, freaking smokes everywhere. You can't see a dang thing in that site. JC Stanny dropping down, looking for a kill. No, Dwifo was good for it with the Frenzy. Gangsta just blindly shooting down as it looks like XSET are freaking doing this thing with these weird guns. Find themselves in a great spot, but they're so dang weak. Gangsta is as well. He's also running out of time. He's got to go now. What a response from XSET Lex. A thrifty round win. You mentioned they didn't have a whole lot to work with, and they milked every drop they could out of that thing.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it really starts with Pure on the entry, getting that Blade Storm up in the face of Shot Up, but I mean, hats off to XSET on an a thrifty round win. But I'm kind of shocked that Immortals just, it seemed really overconfident on the retake. A few individuals just trying to make the journey themselves. And it cost them. I mean, we were only a few seconds away at the end of the round there for Gangsta to have his recon dart up. You had a Blade Storm from JC Stanny. You had a lot of different tools you could work with, and knowing that at least 2 or 3 of those players were in that hell position, I'm surprised they weren't displaying a little bit more patience. And like you mentioned, there was very little health points on the side of XSET to even speak of. So, on a thread, they were able to take that round, but it really seemed like it should have gone the other way, despite that fact. The roles have now been reversed, and I could sit here all day and talk about how there's not much home to write about when it comes to Buckies and Sheriffs and Ghosts, but it'd feel pretty dumb saying that, considering they just secured an eco round win with it. So early B main drone coming out from BCJ, and following that is 4 teammates. This B execute is now underway.
They also have a couple of ultimates. They have the Cosmic Divide. They have the Run It Back. You imagine they want to try to hang on to that as best as they can as they clear out B, realize that they're safe, no one's home. Then they're going to assume their post plants. The interesting thing is, XSET were in a position where they could play this aggressively and really push into the defender spawn, but not going to do that. Oh, no! Aaron not able to use any of that utility. His shot up's clean. Sheriff takes care of him. JC Stanny's going to drop as well, trying to play around the cloud bursts. And Dwifo's just mowing him down, man.
Dwifo's been so good today.
He really has, and Rossi alone here. He's got a Bucky, right? But you wonder if at this point he's just buying, right? Like, just wait it out, try to trap him in and try to hurt some of the economy. And potentially go down with them. Why not at this point? But they're going to funnel out. Oh, Rossi. Oh, man. So Rossi took 1, right? And you think about how financially that has an impact, but XSET get us to 9.
Yeah, and, even just a few rounds ago, in economic hardship, having slid a few rounds to Immortals, it really was seeming like XSET had a chance maybe to just kind of roll over and give the map. And earlier in this game, I mean, you highlighted the kind of pivotal round that shifted the momentum back towards XSET. That hasn't left them, I don't think. I think even to this point, they're fighting for every one of these rounds and doing so with a little bit more teamwork and cohesion than I think we saw earlier in the day. So 9-all. Timeout coming through, but this is suddenly becoming a very, very interesting map, and it's a hotly contested one, Doug.
It is, and again, you can even deduce by the pause coming out, both teams understanding the importance of this round, right? 9-9, a couple of big ultimates on both sides for both teams. We did carry the Run It Back into this one. BCJ has one as well. What will XSET cook up?
Keep up.
Yeah, spread mostly in a default. You do have Pure going over here towards this A main peak. Ooh. And that's really close.
All right, here we go. BCJ, yeah. BCJ with the Hunter Fury good on JC Stanny. Weeded gets one as well. He still has that Run It Back. Flash comes out. Shot up punished. Shot up out. Weeded gets the kill. They're also going to have access onto A here. As you see, the only thing here is that the spike's dragging behind, right? Like, Dwifo's still not there with the spike. They've had so much time with control onto the site. The advantage is the numbers are so heavily in favor of XSET that it's really hard to punish that time window when you've only got 2 left. Rossi and Chemicals here in, I mean, a very difficult situation where they have to take back A. Into 5 members of XSET, you wonder if they just kind of save their rifles here.
Yeah, I think it's fair for them to just be running for their lives at this point, because no real shot at retaking. You want to keep the weapons. We're coming down to the wire here in the final rounds of the game, so it would feel wasteful if they were just kind of to throw these weapons away. But enough about Immortals for a moment here. I just want to highlight, finally we're seeing that plan from XSET. Take contact A main. And once you take contact, you pop the Hunter's Fury, and it pays off. BCJ disrupting a lot of that, finding one of the frags himself, and then, haven't really talked about it a whole lot, but every opportunity that I can, I will. We did on the Phoenix, not necessarily quiet, but certainly not delivering, entries every round and finding that space that maybe we saw from Victor in the last series for Envy. Popping the Run It Back there, finds one. creates a whole lot of space for his team, and that kind of solidifies their ability to take A almost flawlessly, or maybe in fact flawlessly, and that's just a beautiful round for XSET. You know, you burned one ultimate into there, was a BCJ. You've got the run it back on Weeded. You've got Cosmic Divide for Aaron. So as these rounds kind of get closer and closer towards the finish line, Doug, XSET is doing all the right things to make sure that they're in that position to win.
Weeded and the rest of XSET have taken a good bit of space along B main, clearing out logs, and just being really intelligent about how they play things out. And I like the noise that they made, but it's almost like they're getting the yips, right? Like, we've made some noise. The spike was never really in tow. It wasn't really where they wanted to go.
Well, yeah, I think they made all that noise intentionally to get the orb.
Yeah.
Wifo's got the lockdown in hand now. Yeah, he's going to pop it, and they're going to see XSET head towards A. But I wonder if this is going to be a double fake, because they do just use that owl drone. That's got to be the tell, right? Yeah, already we're seeing the members of Immortals come back.
There's the Cosmic Divide coming out from Rossi, and that certainly delays things, right? Like, at this point, you don't feel comfortable investing much more. You almost have to wait it out. But here's Dwifo using the lockdown, and it's just chaos. Right? Like, you see him now scurrying back towards the site. The Hunter's Fury coming out from Gangsta. Wise as to where this push is coming in from, as both teams try to get to B as quickly as they can. Here's another counter Cosmic Divide, and look at where Immortals is. They still have 3 members over on A, right? They don't have a full understanding of where the play is. Chemicals is back on that site by himself. We'll see if Rossi's able to play anything out from back in market. Dwifo Wise as to where they are, but the thing is, they're running out of time. They've got to be able to get entry onto the site, and they've got to do it fast. And who else but Dwifo to make it happen for? But JC Stanny coming up huge. JC Stanny looking for a 1v1. The spike does go down, but JC Stanny does it again.
Oh my goodness. ECJ and JC Stanny going toe-to-toe on the site in a 1v1, and XSET, man, they really outmaneuvered and outplayed Immortals 2 times in that round.
Oh, dude, it was like brutal.
They forced the rotates with the first fake, and then the second fake, Immortals doesn't even bite on it right away. They're like, nah, wait, is that really happening? We're coming. And they send the cavalry towards A, as you mentioned, man. And it really seems as though XSET getting on the site, like a 4-on-2 at one point, maybe a 3-on-2. The site in their possession, and JC Stanny clawing back into that round with some huge frags. And BCJ, who maybe had a quiet series against Envy and a quiet series to start here, has really found some impact. Unfortunately, does not convert there on what could have been the biggest round in the half. In the game, even. Now it's 10 apiece, both teams.
Oh, boy.
So anxious to get it done here. We did falling the shot up at A, man.
Right, early aggression really from both teams. Look at all of the traffic jam on A long. Right, like BCJ and Aaron are able to win that gunfight for XSET as the numbers really equalize, but they're able to apply a good bit of pressure there. Meanwhile, Immortals has 2 of the 3 remaining members back by B. You wonder if Dwifo here makes a bit of noise to keep them around, or if they pull back that way. It looks like they're going to go towards B.
Yeah, and ultimately those trades...
No. Go ahead, sorry.
No. Those trades really kind of favor XSET here. I mean, for obvious reasons, the defenders are scattered, really don't have information at either of the mains now. So XSET just wisely saying, okay, we know Killjoy's towards B. Let's go ahead and take contact up Cat.
30 seconds left.
So I like this. They've cut noise. Right, and because they've cut noise, Immortals has to respect that they may be going towards B. That's why they still have 2 over there. And Gangsta, almost like at this point, surely that's not where they are. Right? He's playing across the middle of the map to see if they're pushing in that way. But because of how silently they were able to play the map, XSET's going to get access onto A. Spike goes down, and Immortals, once again in a retake situation. They have a lockdown.
Be huge. Here it is.
All right, and what do XSET do to respond? They don't really have, I mean, they have shock darts, but...
Wifo's pushing heaven. They're all pushing heaven.
They are, my gosh. Rossi drops. Chemicals looking for another one. He's not going to be able to respond. What a beautiful response to the lockdown. What a beautiful response to Immortals' attempt at a retake. XSET a step ahead there.
I love that. And the thing is like when you see that lockdown come out, even from a caster's POV, I'm watching the minimap and I'm watching these players all kind of grouped up underneath heaven. You have two options. Either you're pushing door to tree or you're pushing heaven to tree. They go through heaven, and despite the fact that it really looked like they were stomping all along the way, all of the Immortal players were almost shocked to see them there. Well played, a decisive decision there from XSET that's going to net them their 11th round win. And suddenly, this is looking like this could be an XSET map victory as Immortals is really strapped for cash here, Doug.
You mentioned it going down to the wire. Immortals, as you said, broke. Here, a classic in the hands of JC Staney. He is going to use that Blade Storm. Gangsta's got a Sheriff. But XSET wise to that understanding, guys, there may be Buckies all around the map. Just kind of playing this one out slowly.
Yeah, and if the point of contact is at mid, you'd be working into a Blade Storm from JC Staney. Shot up, getting a little antsy, walking off of Cat. Finds his doom there. Now it's just Rossi over here today, man.
Well, look at the response from Immortals, right? Like, check mid, see JC Staney cheat towards B. They're going to try to play retake. Rossi being the one exception, but then he got tagged up pretty badly by the dart, by the hot hands. He has to jump for his life, and he eventually drops. Now, JC Staney has arrived, and no heroics this time from him. The Blade Storm wasn't enough to get anything going as he drops at the hands of Aaron. Immortals with 2, Immortals with 1. Chemicals is alone. He's got the Bucky in a 1v4. I mean, I guess crazier things have happened, but what will Chemicals do?
Yeah, this is looking really scary for Immortals now as Chemicals actually a really crisp headshot. It's not quite done for him yet, but
what else does he have? He's not going to have enough for the defuse, but you maybe kind of stick him around long enough, and it's actually the turret out of the Thwifo of all things that gets XSET to match point. This map has gone back and forth, highly contested between both of these squads, and XSET the first to 12.
Give me the turret. Closing that last frag out there for Thwifo, but now as we are on map point here, Doug, this second half attack side of Ascent for XSET, which I characterized as being very underwhelming in the Envy series. Coming in here now, they are firing on all cylinders. 1 and 2 have been outplaying Immortals seemingly every single time there's a gun round. So this will be a huge engagement. A shot up at B main. Senses this early B play.
Yeah, Flex. Okay, so the Hunter's Fury coming out from BCJ to clear out the back of the site. Meanwhile, the lockdown was there as well, but Pure's Blade Storm's not going to connect. Engsta takes care of him. Thwifo in, playing aggressively, trying to get more space. The shot up drops. XSET have taken control of the site. Now Immortals in a numbers disadvantage in a 3v4 trying to retake as Thwifo gets the spike down. Aaron in a big spot here, and JC Staney understanding that. Aaron can really net this win. He can net the win, and he does it. He's already gotten 2. Chemicals responds, a 1v3. And a decent idea of where Chemicals is. This is such a difficult spot. But Chemicals has to draw something up here. He's got to make some magic happen to keep the map alive. For Immortals, 38 health. He gets flashed up. Weeded takes care of him. A 13-10 win for XSET on Ascent.
Wow. Impressive stuff from XSET to rebound and reset mentally after that Envy series to come back and win map 1 against Immortals, who honestly throughout most of that game not only had the lead round-wise, but just in terms of the way that they were playing as individuals and the way that they were handling all of those rounds, it seemed as though XSET was going to continue this almost, you know, I don't want to call it necessarily a downward spiral, but this definitely this flat kind of gameplay that we're almost used to seeing at that point. But take it all back. The last 6 rounds of that game, XSET in full control.
Man, they look good, and you could see it happening. Right? You see some of the diversity in how they're calling plays on attack, how they're giving different looks, how they're not just one-dimensional in their attempts, and with that comes confidence, and with that comes a couple of rounds where even that like double fake that we saw where they really, Immortals had no idea. Man, they were entirely lost. It was just so well played from XSET. That Envy series is behind them. You can tell by how they're playing. This XSET squad, this is the XSET squad, that people are so high on. When they're playing like this, you understand why.
And I think, you know, we got to see both sides fit, both attack and defense there for them. And considering their defense, which has been playing pretty well all day, was the weak side, quote unquote, there. I got to imagine that going into map 2, not only is everybody feeling good in that roster now, because they've all seemingly woken up and have been performing pretty well. I wonder whether or not we flip the coin on its head. Does Immortals kind of have these same issues where maybe they're playing a little bit flat in their own eyes? Because it didn't seem as though they had an answer there at the end.
It looked good. It looked good. This time it was 40% of you that were right who voted in favor of XSET, and the faithful were rewarded. Folks, we're going to cut to a break. When we return, map 2 between these two squads. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Map 1 went down to the wire, and if that's any indicator of what's to come, we have a banger in store for Map 2. Doug, Lex with me. And Lex, man, we talked a bit about XSET and how flat they looked against NB, but damn, was that a response against Immortals.
Yeah, I think they were allowed a little bit to play their game plan, kind of unfold things as they do the job that they set out to do in terms of, you know, how they wanted to be playing their attack side. And I mean, you already said it, but it seemed as though not only did they step up to the plate, so to speak, they almost exceeded my own expectations for them. You know, just being able to handle that first map. Immortals really spent a large portion of the first half looking like the favorites. come second half, it was not necessarily the story, as XSET was just playing so well individually and as a team.
They really were. And Lex, I think a lot of the narrative for that first map was neither team was willing to give an inch, right? Like, you see XSET come out with this haymaker at the beginning of the round, and then Immortals' response was one of their own in the next round. So just, again, so highly contested. Such a good matchup. And I think a lot of folks, at least in Twitch chat right now, are leaning towards Immortals, and you know they look really good, and you expect them as the favorites. But XSET showing that they demand respect, right? And with how well they played Ascent in the second half, you understand why.
Yeah, and I think both on attack and defense, they had some things go right for them that really it would have been a different story entirely had they not. Where, since we have the Envy graphic up there, I really think XSET, at least on Ascent, did a lot of that time, at least at the beginning of the rounds, almost throwing out gimmicks that either worked or didn't, little set pieces, little set plays. And I felt like, even when something would go wrong for them in some of those rounds, they had success.
Yeah.
I mean, they were converting that early round momentum and favorability in their favor. And, when we're talking about how close the skill gap between these teams can be and how intense these matches can be when it comes to just the little things that win or lose you a game, XSET was stacking the odds in their favor in a lot of those rounds, and it ended up paying off for them in the end, obviously.
It is. There we see the scoreboard again. XSET walking away with a 13-10 win over Immortals. And, one of the things we highlighted, and we actually saw just a few seconds ago with the previous scoreboard, was the frag wins that Envy was able to walk away with. 10-3 in favor of Envy. An entirely different story for XSET here.
Oh, yeah. And, I think that just kind of goes to speak to the individual level of play that we're seeing now, where I think all the players on XSET are finally awake. That they're playing to the level that we expect them to be playing at. They're hitting their shots, and they're making situations that, Immortals may have been coming in extremely confident into that series and showing us that they were rightfully so contenders to win that map. But, if XSET's answering in kind, kind of punching Immortals back in the face with their own aggression, I got to imagine that map 2 is going to be a heater here, Doug.
It will be. I believe it was Mike Tyson, and Sean was the one who quoted him, so I've got to give credit to Sean here. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Yep. For XSET, they did the punching that time around. Now, let's turn our attention to the next map, right? In this series, we are going to be going to Bind. Lex, we haven't called Bind in any of the matches that we've called during this tournament. When you keep that in mind, you think about the play style that we just saw from both XSET and Immortal. Is there anything about this map that leans a certain way? Also worth noting, this was XSET's map choice.
Yeah, I got to imagine, part of the reason why this might be an appealing pick for them is, for the side of Immortals at least, they've changed their composition of this map very recently, working in Astra. You've got a little bit of a VOD review you can do there, do your homework on how Immortals was playing that map. And so for XSET, it's already a map that you're comfortable on, and it's probably easy enough to just kind of flip through a VOD, see how the other team likes to play, and judge whether or not your game plan is going to work. So, the coaching staff over on XSET, I got to imagine this is the map where they plan to play it against Immortals because they knew it wouldn't be banned. You got to think they're going to be coming in here with a, maybe not a foolproof game plan, but certainly one that's going to stretch the limits of Immortals.
Right. And again, Bind has been a comfortable place for XSET for a long time, even without all the changes. And once again, we're seeing some of the flexibility with how these teams are able to play, particularly on the side of XSET. You've got Weeded on the Sky. Aaron's going to be back on the Astra. You've got a couple of fun things cooking up here. No Jet, really, for either side.
Yeah, and so, I don't want to necessarily say it's a diminished factor entirely, but as far as Bind goes, if you do have a Jet on the board, there's always that threat, constant pressure that an operator can bring to the table. But, at least in this sense, it's not nearly as devastating when you necessarily can't refrag a Jet or whatever. You've got Cure over there on the Raze, and for the side of Immortals, right, Chemicals playing the Cypher. So depending on who's rocking the operator and when, it may not be something that we talk about a whole lot. I think the Sky pick for Weeded is something that isn't necessarily new, but it's something that I think will pay either dividends for XSET or hurt them in the long run. We'll see.
Oh, if nothing else, it's a fun pick. I think, Lex, I'd love to get your thoughts on this too for Immortals. You've got the Lear out of Reyna, but no flashes, right? Definitely not what they had on the side for We Did. I am being told very quickly, folks, there was a mispick on Agent, so we're going to redo Agent Select very quickly. So basically, any of the conversation that we just had on which agents are going to be joining the fold, just throw it all away. Forget it.
Yeah.
Just absolutely forget it.
Yeah. I think he's played probably maybe once or twice on Bind as Sky before. I don't know if he was even the one who was mispicked. But, we're looking at that agent list as it was. It definitely seemed as though, knowing now that it was a mispick, anxious to see who they're going to swap out for what.
Mm-hmm. We'll see how things pan out. Again, folks, if you are just joining us, map 1, it was close. It was spicy. It was good, but it went in favor of XSET. Immortals put up one heck of a fight, but fell just a bit short, 13-11 on Ascend, and that's going to bring us to Bind. A friendly reminder, both of these teams are fighting for tournament life, right? Like, loser goes home here, or the loser, in this match goes home. Nothing left for the rest of this week of Stage 2 VCT. And they're going to have to go through really the gamut again, and that's certainly not what you want to do.
No, this is a big moment for both these rosters, obviously. And, I think I touched on it at the beginning of the series, but where Immortals definitely has already kind of solidified themselves as being a top tier team, or at least near there. I think XSET has done that as well, in recent weeks.
Yes.
But I think for both of these rosters, like, they want a top finish in this tournament, right? Like they want to advance. They want to continue to kind of prove that each and every time that they step foot in a server.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we're measuring who's got more to prove, I think still you'd probably classify XSET as being that. But, let's take that aside and just say, in terms of XSET versus Immortals, like, both of these teams are young guns that are talent in the scene and absolutely are going to be mainstays, I think, in the North American Valorant scene for a while. So it's tough to necessarily assert dominance over your peers like that. But if you were able to 2-0 Immortals here today, I think that'd be a huge confidence boost for XSET.
Oh, yeah. That's a big win for sure. And again, even just to stay alive in the tournament. Now, I want to talk a bit more about Bind, right? Specifically that map, because I mentioned earlier on, we haven't gotten Bind in any of the matches that we've called. And there are so many nuances to that map, which is, I think, ultimately is highlighted by the agent selection, which, as we mentioned, we are going through a reselect. So we'll get back into that as soon as we can. But when you think about Bind in particular, Lex, the teleports obviously provide a spice, right? A variety that you can't find on other maps. But with that also comes a lot of really fun ways to play around the map. You often see teams fight for shower control very heavily because of the ult orb there and because of how easily you can expose A if you're able to take A short as well. Do you see some of showers really being the pivotal point on this map between these two squads, or are you getting a read either which way?
You know what? I didn't do my homework when it comes to, like, counter-stratting these teams. Leave that to the coaching staff. But I do think to some degree you can almost expect, that no matter what team we're talking about here, right, there's a few points on the map where if you're going to have a game plan, like, we're like, okay, the majority of these rounds we're going to finish B. Obviously, like, getting hookah and octagon control is going to be the focal point for you getting to that point. But when it comes to showers specifically, I think the big question mark for me, just like, I'm going to even stop being an analyst here for a second and just be a fan, is I haven't seen enough of Astra versus Astra on this map. Okay. And so why is that important? Well, specifically when it comes to shower control, right? Like, a lot of teams will invest Omen, dark cover, sky smokes if they're running a Brim. Even a Viper wall to some degree can help you kind of maintain those sections of the map, or at least delay their taking or whatever. And so ultimately, I'm curious to see, okay, we do have a Sage, a Raze on shot up. So for Immortals, at least, this is, I was going to say, at least to some degree, you can see that the Sky could be able to take showers control a little bit easier. I don't know, man. Excited to find out, though.
Yeah, I think actually as we go through Agent Select one more time, you see some of the nuances of how this is going to play out. Obviously, Immortals choosing to prioritize the Sage and the cover, the flexibility that she offers, and on both sides, right? Like, you think about how devastating Sage. Like, let's take a trip down memory lane, Lex.
Yeah.
Let's go all the way back to the beta, the beginning of the map. When you thought about Sage, now I'm putting you on the spot here, and if you don't say what I'm thinking, I'm going to feel real dumb. When you think about Sage on Bind specifically at the beginning of the map, what do you think of?
Wall plants on air
Yeah.
are what really comes to mind for me. But this is kind of the question about showers. Kind of threw me off because I'm like, it depends on how they use the Sage. You know, we'll find her on defense over here at B now, but be interesting as we pay attention throughout this map, that same narrative of map control and how they use the Sage to kind of deny or take it. XSET sprinting up along B towards Octagon now. Grabbing the orb and pushing it to site. Here it goes.
Oh my gosh, they're full sending. Rossi's on the site. He's going to get mowed down. Yeah, Chemical's got one, but they should have entry onto the site. They have free access. You see the members of Immortals are starting to rotate over as Weeded gets the spike down. They just don't have a ton, and you see this fight for elbow control so pivotal in trying to take the site back. An excellent response from Dwifo. Weeded gets in on the action as well. Gangsta, the 1v2. Gangsta has the T-Set. Yeah, one of the players is no. Oh my gosh! Gangsta, are you kidding me? What a snap!
Oh my god. Just deleting them both. He knows how sexy that looked on stream.
Good thing I was with you.
Amka,
Nah,
my word.
bro.
Just
That was
destroying him.
gross.
That was beautiful. What are you talking about? Oh, just a burst to the face and a one-tap finisher. You love to see it.
Oh, and freaking A, let's look at it one more time. And, you know, I mentioned the fight for elbow control.
Yeah.
And how important that is. Things look so good. And then 1, 2, left, right, good night. Gangsta sending them packing. That was pretty.
I wonder if there was a miscom there at elbow because Aaron backed up, dropped the turret to play off of it after following that boom bot all the way up to the corner. Okay. And at some point, you got to think he's probably on comms screaming, play off my turret, play off my turret. Sees both teammates zoom past him for the fight. And they both die. He is able to trade them both out. But that really should have been a more comfortable post plant for XSET. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that, you know, there was a 4-on-4 at that point. But, you know, throwing those first 2 kills away, it really, really, really is going to be, you know, when you're watching the VOD review tomorrow and you're like, wow, that came down to a 1-on-2 and Gangsta hit those nutty shots. But, like, did it need to be that way? Doesn't matter.
Did we have to get there to begin with?
Yeah. I mean, the fact
very
is,
fair.
Gangsta just hitting some shots. That can't be helped. Well played to him.
Very well played indeed. You see, we're in a bit of a pause here. Potentially a technical pause. We'll get you any info that we can as soon as we possibly get it. And get back into the action. Meanwhile, Lux, I'd love your thoughts on this. So, seldom do you see an aggressive pistol push like that, right? Like, maybe you'll see it exposed to base short. Maybe you'll see it through hookah, which ultimately wasn't an option because Sage's wall was up, and from Rossi really being able to lock that area of the map down. But they didn't know that. They just full sent B long.
Yeah, I think that their goal, and I don't know if they had a specific read or an agent that they were trying to avoid altogether, but, you know, once you draw that first bit of utility out over towards A, you, in my mind at least, okay, if the Sage is here, she probably just dropped the barrier orb, wall goes up, head to the other site. They ran into Cypher and Sage. Okay, didn't actually work out that way, but they sprinted into sight with such confidence that it almost seemed as though they didn't even expect heavy resistance, especially not from 2 Sentinels that had all their kit there. Interesting stuff.
Folks, again, we're in a bit of a pause. I believe Lex kicked one of the cables. It's always Lex.
My bad, man. My bad.
Who messes things up, but we'll get you guys into the action as soon as we can. It was a spicy pistol round. Things look so good for XSET until Gangsta happened. Really is the best way to break that down. The Classic just proved to be too much. Now, Lex, with this in mind, you know, I mentioned just a few moments ago how XSET really played with aggression in an area of the map on a pistol that you don't see super often. Do you expect that same level of aggression? Do you expect that fast pace that we haven't fully seen out of XSET a lot?
I don't know, man. And this is the first time this weekend that you and I are casting Bind. We've stated that a few times. So for me personally, you know, having not seen XSET or Immortals, you know, at least in the past few days playing the map, I wonder whether or not, you know, I did touch on this on pregame actually, was whether or not their game plan is going to call for stuff like that. Like, okay, we've got the read. This is how they're set up. We know how they're playing the situation. Let's go the other direction. And if the timing window is such that you think you've got 10 to 15 seconds before they are going to have their pieces back in the right places, then yeah, absolutely. You have to collapse. You have to play the teleporters if need be, and make those kind of action moves happen and do it decisively before you lose guys. But that seemed very much so like either a set piece plan or just an all out, like, you know what, we'll go up against the Cypher and the Sage, whatever. Like, we're just going to send it. So
now, well, we've talked about XSET and the aggression that they showed in the pistol, but one of the things we just very lightly touched on that I want to spend a bit more time talking about was the Rossi, right? On the Sage, walling off Hookah right at the very beginning. And we've seen times where Sages will wall off an area of the map, much like we saw yesterday on Split, right? You wall off a main, don't let any entrance into sight, and then you can rotate away. You can go elsewhere, and that can be punished. But when you think about an IGL on the defensive side, right? Like, again, you've been there, Lex. You've called situations like this. How much comfort do you place in a wall going up in a situation like that in Hookah to where you can kind of pull off? Do you full send everything away, or how do you go about that?
it all has to do with how much information you're able to inference around the map. So you can gauge numbers and kind of make those almost gamble assumptions, right? Okay, barrier orb goes up. You're not going to have somebody on the other side of that wall just staring, waiting for something to happen unless they expect you to be there, right? So it really depends on what information you're getting elsewhere on the map. And for sure, you know, to some degree, we're talking about, you know, gut check calls, right? Where, you know, there might only be a 15% chance that they're going to exploit my greediness here. You know, how much do I want to lead into the other side of the map? How much do I want to actually, you know, kind of push my luck? And, you know, good teams against good IGLs and smart players, you know, it may not happen all the time, but you're eventually going to get burned. And it's oftentimes, I think, a measure of how much you can get away with. And if you are exploited and you are, you know, you are playing up against a team who has a propensity or a capacity to kind of outsmart you or take those risks against you, it's all a matter of layers when it comes to the decision making of the players, right? Where, okay, well, I'm going to give them this and I'm going to take this away. So barrier orb goes up, but I've got a trap wire underneath hookah window or something, expecting that this is a possibility. Little things, the meta that constantly is shifting between players and teams, it really can kind of change with the wind in a match.
It can indeed. Good news, folks. Good guy Lex has plugged the cable back in. We are just a couple of moments from getting back into the action. Again, Immortals win the pistol off the heroics of Gangsta. He's going to bring a little more punch to this fight this round. Meanwhile, we see Rossi already set up in hookah. Got the wall teed up. I like this from Weed. With great caution, patiently waiting, and they're going to blast their way right through. The flash was there. They're trying to hunt Rossi down as he hightails it to safety, manages to find his way into one of the smokes from Astra. He stays alive, and it's actually Weeded that drops.
Absolute madness to start. Shot up, collecting 2 with paint shells. JC standing with 2 of his own. Only 2 players fall. Gangston shot up due for the side of Immortals, and that's a decisive round win. But darn, that from the barrier orb getting placed, Doug, that was a, I mean, even with the slow orb down, that was a high action scene chase.
Yeah, man, and you know, we talked about, you know, it was, during the tech pause, we talked about, man, will we see that same level of aggression from XSET?
There it is.
Yep. Yeah, we saw it. We got it.
And it's funny, Immortals, though, that you were just talking about the barrier orb and the meta behind it. It's like, okay, he's going to put the wall down. Everybody get ready to shoot it. And there it is. It's instantly deleted. That's the little bit of a meta that I'm talking about right there.
XSET once again showing heavy presence down B long. A couple of flashes to clear things out. You can tell they're a bit timid in how they play this out. I don't know that they're fully committed to this, Lex. Nobody's toted the spike.
No.
You see Thwifo's still playing over by a short, ensuring nobody's playing aggressively there.
Yeah, this is, when you asked me about the showers control, this is what I meant, where you're going to take B long control or showers control early. Then you rely on the other team to get information back on whether or not you're still there. Gangsta throws that owl drone through. Octagon area, XSET sends theirs into Hookah, and the duel ensues with Rossi unaware that Pure is in his face.
And again, they still don't seem fully committed, right? Like, look at Aaron. He's still holding the spike. They're still trying to figure out where they want to go, but you can tell as the moments tick away, Thwifil's starting to rotate back towards B. They do want to try to hit the site. The trap wire was there. You see some of the smokes entering out as the fight for elbow could be pivotal. Shot up with the Bucky, making a ton of noise as XSET have gotten their way onto the site. Aaron should be able to get the spike down. So Wifo drops. All right, here we go. Showstopper enhance the shot. If he blasts his way onto the site, good for one, but it got traded out as Pure gets 3 on the round. Immortals, JC Stanley, and Chemicals pick the rest of XSET apart to get the round win. And Lex, you start talking about finances, that hurts.
That's a tragic bonus round loss. Yeah. Not only are you going to hand away 2 Phantoms, either the team, you know, at silver lining, say Pure and We Did both just got their ultimates. Got Aaron 1 off. Like, there's little things that maybe you did right in that round that you could be glad for, okay? You scouted out that Gangsta sent his owl drone through Long B, essentially. Didn't get any information off of it, so you're like, okay, let's collapse. I'll pinch Hookah. They make a really good judgment call. They find the entry onto Rossi at Hookah. They even get the spike planted, but shot up with 3. I think it was a Bucky frag. 2 Bucky frags, maybe, and a showstopper, so... Immortals with a really big retake on a bonus round where XSET now financially in shambles, as you said.
XSET once again leaning towards B around Fountain. I know you mentioned it. I thought it would be Showers control, but again, it's actually B long that XSET is just not willing to give up. And with that, Rossi's just going to continue to wall up Hookah. Right, and kind of force them into a spot where they're going to draw out some of that utility. You see the slow orbs coming out, a couple of Asher Stars being used, but they're just going to pull off.
I mean, you think about it, Doug. They've got a composition that can't really contest Long B. You have no flashers in your composition. XSET knows this, so at the beginning of every round, I expect them to go Long B, but here it's short. JC Stanley facing the brunt of a push. Thwifo and BCJ fall, finding a third onto Pure, and he might be hunting the ace here as both players are just in front of him behind that smoke, and he knows at least one more frag is just meters away now.
Yeah, JC Stanley using that gravity well, and they were just sitting ducks, man. They couldn't move anywhere at all. A couple of big kills going his way, and you know it is worth noting that XSET, I mean, they're going into rifles, and they certainly don't have rifles of their own. Aaron able to take care of JC Stanley, but again, you expect this to go in favor of Immortals, and I think at this point the conversation we need to be having is how much damage can be mitigated here, because again you start to feel the financial impact of how the opening is gone in favor of Immortals. If you're XSET, you almost just take what you can get.
Yeah, any kills here will be great. It's already got his cabbages in order, so not really a huge matter of building the ultimate. See what you can get though, like I said, and doesn't find anything for his troubles. 4-0 now, Immortals in firm control, but I don't think you're sweating yet if you're XSET, right? Like you found pretty much have a read on what Immortals is doing, which is, you know, maybe showing some aggression at Hookah, short A, but ultimately they've given Long B just about every single time, despite having the Sage slowers over there, not even bothering to contest it. So they are swapping things up now, and here's that Showers control that you're looking for.
We did playing right around the gate early on. The flash is going to be there, tagged up 2. Potentially just 1. Either way, you see some of the flash come out. Not enough presence to get the ult orb, but again, enough to draw out some of that early utility.
Yeah, and I think that is a little bit of one of those underspoken of narratives. A lot of times when we're casting, we don't get to talk about it as much, but just that utility efficiency, what you can bait out from the other team and what you can maybe, you know, save and preserve on your own side to get it. Sometimes can spell a bigger story for the matchup now, as XSET who have reset across the map, kind of rebounded back towards Hookah and Long B, but maintaining their Showers control means, well, I'm not quite sure what they're doing yet, Doug.
Well, I will say this, and it just went down, but you see some of the adaptation from Immortals, even with how well things have gone on the B side of the map for them. You saw Rossi had that wall up on B long, right? Like, again, it just went down, but you see some of that adaptation, and for XSET, It may be a bit delayed, but it is a bit of rinse and repeat where they do want to go back that way. They are using BCJ's drone to maybe cause some noise, keep some attention over at B. You see the Sova starting to pull over as well, but the hit is on B. Cosmic Divide goes up. Pure. Oh my gosh, Pure, no, not able to land. Rossi was in his face as he wasn't able to do it, but We Did was. Pure looking to get the spike down, 10 seconds left. They're gonna have to move. We Did in a great spot. He gets punished after getting one, and the spike hasn't been planted yet. Oh my gosh, shot up. Shot up with 3, delays it long enough to win the round for Immortals. What a play.
What? And he gets a 4th. Nice little consolation frag there. Again, if Shut Up comes on the interview and talks about how bad he's been playing, I'm gonna freak out. But, man, I will admit something to you here, Doug. The crisscrossing Cosmic Divides there at B, I had no idea where anyone was hugging the walls of those Cosmic Divides, but then we saw Shot Up just with nothing but daylight and 2 free frags in front of him. That was incredible to watch.
It was, and I mean, again, We Did was in a great spot to really blow things up, but it falls apart. Rossi, again, we mentioned that adaptation. Yeah, give up hookah is exactly where XSET's headed now. Yeah, and it's hot, it's heavy, it's fast, and, well, that's really all it was. It didn't hit much harder than that. Rossi, good for 3. XSET's down to 2 members left. The spike is on the site. Yeah, but they're just nowhere near the spike.
I'm just saying, Shot Up. Oh, okay, he's going to hop out. Never mind. Never mind. I thought maybe BCJ would get a free one, and this would suddenly be a 2v2, but not quite yet.
Oh, that might still be the case. Oh, that gives a bit away. Again, that wall is up. BCJ just kind of blasting through. It's actually Aaron. Nice, fancy footwork in and out of smoke to get onto Shot Up, and all of a sudden this seems far more reasonable, but again, they still don't have the spike. You've got to be able to create some space for you to be able to get in there. The Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned, out of BCJ, not really doing enough to impede that aggression and that space that Immortals has taken. JC Stanley, good for 1. Aaron alone in a 1v2, and he's not around for long. Chemicals wins the gunfight. Immortals get to 6, and Lex, they're slapping XSET around here.
Yeah, that sucks. Watching that sucks because you know XSET really was in a position to win that round. You know where Chemicals is. He's stuck behind the double stack, and we didn't see it from his teammates' POV, but I don't know how he's able to cross back into the tube without his teammates seeing him while that Hunter's Fury is going off. That should be the opening there for whoever was over there at Long Beach. I think it might have been Twifo, but to push in and earn that last frag, unfortunately, didn't happen. So you lose the Hunter's Fury, you lose the round, you lose the weapons, and they are able to buy back into this one. But despite the fact that was a low bot round for them, one round that maybe they shouldn't have won in the first place, Doug, it was close enough to where you really wish you had converted there, considering it's 6-0 now. Immortals in a dominant lead on Bind. And this attacker killjoy out of hookah is the first thing to start this round.
Yeah, but Lex, look at the gap, right? They can still play in pipes. They can still play safely from there and not really have to forego a ton of space. Right, and the other problem is, as soon as they shoot the wall out, you saw them rotate over to B because they know that's where the hit's going to go. The spike is just now making it onto the site. Aaron should be able to get it down, but Rossi has already come up with a couple of really big kills. Fight for pipes control continuing. Weeded playing just around elbow. The res is going to come up. But again, you see Weeded and Thwifo both playing entries out of that area into B, where there's really no easy way in. Shot Up with the showstopper. Good for 1. Gex as well. Thwifo looking to play some heroics. Good for 1. But again, he's got to check everything so quickly. And Shot Up's just toying with them. It's actually Chemicals who deals the last blow, and they're going to get the defuse. And that was a rifle round for XSET. Lex, you start to wonder at this point, at what point are you scared? If you're XSET.
As an individual player, I don't think you're necessarily scared, but if you're an IGL or you're the coach and you're thinking, okay, maybe we had a game plan coming into this map. This was our map pick. We've been blanked 8 rounds into this match and I don't have an answer. Like that is, you start to wonder, okay, we've even got a pretty good read on what Immortals is doing against us, right? You got the Sova Sage at B. The Cypher sometimes is flexing towards the other side of the map, but generally speaking, right, like you're getting the map control you want. You've taken showers, you've taken Long B, you've taken hookah, but not being able to close out these rounds, not being able to survive the post plant and dominate any of your gunfights, it just seems as though you're constantly on the back foot when you should be succeeding. I don't even know that this is a strategic blunder out of XSET. They're just not winning the rounds. A lot of that has to do with how well guys like Shot Up are playing for Immortals.
Yeah, he's having himself a map. Feel the pressure towards A, and Shot Up again, just, I mean, running at them, right? And he still manages to get one. On to Weeded with the paint shells. You hear the Seekers come out. Chemicals holding fast. Able to get a couple of kills already. But somehow through that chaos, it's Aaron and BCJ who remain alive. The Cosmic Divide is still in tow as well. They both drop as soon as I say that. Immortals get to 8. It was a weird mixed buy. You heard a Guardian fire off a couple of times. But the truth is, Lex, nothing is working for XSET right now.
No, and the difference between this map and Ascent in the map prior is they were also down throughout a good portion of the first half against Immortals. They squeaked out a couple rounds, right? It was like 6-2 at one point. They definitely were not as down and out as it feels right now, being 0-8 against Immortals, who, you know, there are no weaknesses that you could just turn around and say are, you know, XSET's missing out on. They've exploited all of them. They've even found the space. They found the daylight. They've gotten the plants out. And yet, I mean, this is it right here, right? Like, just call it hard luck, call it unfortunate, whatever. Even though you're on pistols, this is very much so a round where you want to be competitive in it, and Immortals is just shutting the door. Okay, here we go.
Well, spoke a bit too soon. We did share of taking care of Shot Up. But again, the numbers advantage still in favor of Immortals, and it seems to be going from bad to worse. They have the gun advantage as well. JC Standy looking for Weeded. He's going to take care of him. BCJ, the last remaining member of the side of XSET. And again, you know, with Sheriffs in mind, you don't really expect that to go their way. But the problem is, Lex, if you're XSET, you're running out of windows here, right? Like, you're running out of time.
Yeah. And even if, like, one or two of these rounds that had come down to, like, 2v2s, I think maybe 1v1 in this game, or even the pistol, Doug. You go back to pistol when Gangsta really stole that round away from XSET with some sick shots. Well, you know, this being a 6-3 half rather than a 9-0 half is going to make all the difference in the world as this goes down further to the wire where, you know, a 10-2 half may be the best that they can hope for. Well, only got a few rounds left to make that happen, so as you mentioned, really dire straits here for XSET. You're with a showstopper. BCJ with an opening frag. He wants that one. Like a slow start in this map so far. 5v4. This is the best start I think XSET has had all game.
They have a different wall placement out of Rossi, not letting anyone push their way in from wall. You hear the Cosmic Divide is going to come out in conjunction with BCJ's Hunter's Fury. Good for 2! Wow. As BCJ already gets onto 3, and they use that Q to flip the map.
Standing getting burned out of that corner, but
oh wow.
There's been so many frags through smokes in this game. The Sova diff, man. One round to the next, somebody's getting scanned somewhere.
Yep.
BCJ with 3 frags in this round, Gangsta with 3 in the prior round. It just seems as though these rounds that have been so close, we finally have one where XSET not only is going to win it, but do so decisively.
And, you know, really, Lex, with how this half is gone, that feels, it's just one round, but that's an important one, right? Like, get the monkey off your back, and it wasn't just a round win that was a super close 1v1 that easily could have gone either way. You mentioned it was a decisive win. What does that do for morale?
I think it's huge, especially when you see guys like BCJ, who in the very last map had a very similar scoreline, was like 1-9 at one point in both these games. You know, picking up a 3-piece, entries, all of them, right? Like, that kind of stuff, not only are you going to net a round win from it, but suddenly you're more talkative. Suddenly you've got high spirits in you know, your VOIP. You're having fun maybe a little bit for the very first time in 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Awesome start for XSET to maybe be able to bring some of the life back into this half. Actually, as I say that, Immortals is playing 3 over here now.
Yeah, I mean, they've had 3 at A most of the time, but it's gone so well. And a question whether or not they needed to, but now, as you mentioned, they do have more reinforcements this side of things. And much like we've seen in previous rounds for XSET, it's looking to exploit B long, and exploit can look like a couple of different things, right? It can be they get entry into B and they get to spike down. It can also just be pulling out some of the utility that we've mentioned out of Immortals and then reassessing how they choose to play this without investing a ton of their own.
Recalling my boss.
This may be... For a moment, I thought they would cut noise and then stay. But it looks like they are going to rotate off, but they're doing so very quietly. The thing is, that should tell them a good bit, right? The Cosmic Divide's going to come out. So is the Showstopper from Pure as he works his way onto the site. U-Haul not checked. All right. Well, so they get info to understand where he is, and I love that wraparound, right? Going around the APC to take back U-Haul control and get the kill that they need. The spike goes down. See, playing around the lockdown. Here we go, shot up. Good on the flight, but he's going to blast across. He's going to take care of Aaron as well. Cabbage is in his face, but it doesn't matter as he lands the kill. BCJ looking to get some action as well, and he's going to drop. Gangsta's going to get the defuse. It looked good for XSET for a moment, but Immortals get another round.
Yeah, I mean, Thwaifo comes in with 2 big entries. You pop the Showstopper. It really seems like XSET's about to get their second round of the half, and instead, Fuse comes through. Immortals, the lockdown when it came to retaking that U-Haul lamps area. Got up. Feet had barely hit the floor, and he's finding that second frag onto Aaron. That is tough for XSET, who, you know, when it comes to hunting the good stuff and keeping a positive attitude, have definitely shown us that, you know, they're not out of this yet. Especially claiming that round prior, but despite something finally going right for them in a very fruitful beginning of that last round, there was nothing but darkness for them as Immortals was able to retake that cleanly.
See some of the flashes coming out as I believe for the first time they're really aggressively looking to exploit A short this time around. But again, an excellent response from Gangsta. He's going to use the Hunter's Fury. Shotup's going to use his Showstopper as well to stuff any push coming that way. Right? And they get the res onto JC Stanny, BCJ.
Wow.
Dead man walking at that point. They threw something different at him, Lex, right? Like they spiced it up, and Immortals handled it the same way.
Yeah, they've done it a couple times where they just kind of walk up short and they hold, which is what I was really expecting them to just kind of chill for a second there before they made contact. And then before I know it, you know, we're all just sitting here talking about the round prior. You see Gangsta kind of cheating over through defender spawn, and then all of the sudden, all hell breaks loose. Hunter's Fury disrupts the entire push. Chemicals chiming in with a few frags. Just beautiful play, beautiful defense from Immortals. An 11-1 dominant half against XSET, who really seemed like they were confident coming into this match too.
Yeah, I mean, for reasonably so, right? Like, given what we saw at the end of Ascent, you understand them looking to ride that high, but Immortals has just put on a clinic. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever casted this dominant of a half. Almost a perfect half, Lex.
Right. And it's not just almost a perfect half. It's a perfect half nearly on your opponent's map pick.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the only thing where either something has gone very, very wrong in the game plan, or, you know, maybe Immortals has changed things up a little bit. Maybe they're handling the situation a little bit better than you thought. You know, a lot of that long B control that they were getting almost for free throughout the game, the hookah control that they were getting with a little bit of resistance at times, but ultimately they were forcing the rotations of Immortals to be where they wanted and yet couldn't produce, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of it seemed to me like have B long control, right? Like, we'll give it to you. That's fine. We're not really worried about it. They had such a good plan, assuming they get onto the site through B long. They had such a good plan at mitigating pressure from hookah, and they had such a good plan of controlling pipes and elbow that you keep control of that area, and it's so much easier to retake the site. I think for Immortals, it wasn't just that, right? Because I just mentioned how well they were really able to control B, but we saw a bit of a different look from XSET towards the end of the half, and it was responded the same way. They were just ahead of XSET. Immortals was ahead of XSET every step of the way.
Yeah. And I think, touching on that pipes control, having that level of awareness to be like, okay, we have a Cypher and a Sova over here. We're not going to hard hold this site. A lot of teams sometimes will still try and contest heavily one way or another, especially when the Sage is over there. Wall off hookah, focus your attention at long as a choke point. There's a lot of those opportunities that do come up in a game, but I think when they were maybe getting outmaneuvered a little bit, kind of what I was speaking about, when XSET was doing the right things, taking the map control against them, kind of like you're saying, Doug, it's almost as though they expected that, right? Not just like, okay, we're going to give that to you, but we have a game plan for how to deal with it. There were so many times where Shot Up would come in through defender spawn alone or with a teammate and get 2 or 3 kills on a retake, and it's just like, how do you defend against that? How do you stop that if you've got a 2 players coming in from elbow as well? You don't have a whole lot of control to work with, and I think Immortals was great at putting the squeeze on those retakes.
Well, I think putting the squeeze on as we are going to hop back into the game, it wasn't just putting the squeeze on, but it really felt like a lot of it was Immortals understanding how much they could give, right? Like without losing full control. Again, they're willing to toe the line of what's safe. Look at this aggression out of XSET down B long, though. Again, much like we saw in the first half, they want to play around this area of the map. They full send 3. The flash comes out, and Immortals wisely understanding, fine, if you're going to push that up, we're just going to go straight into A short. There are a couple of players here. There's a good bit of utility here. The wall's going to go up, and this is trademark Sage on buy.
Yeah, Waipo really needs to somehow find life. Finds one. Unfortunately, actually, Pure does find another one, so 2 on 3, the retake will be tough here for Immortals. Or sorry, for XSET.
It will, and at that point, given where the wall is, you're comfortable giving up Shower's control. You have to hang on to U-Haul, and that's exactly where XSET are headed.
The shorty.
Yep. The shorty, the classic out of Rossi. The deficit was so great in the first half, you lose the pistol, and, I mean, you almost lose the map, right? Like, Immortals already at 12.
I'm not doing that,
It's just
Doug.
not good.
I'm not doing that. Oh, well, maybe they can come back. Never lose faith. This is 12-1. Okay, start thinking about your game plan for the next map. Exit. Okay, gonna burn out trying to come back in this half. But I think there is something to be said for like sure, if you won 7 straight, we can start talking about it. Come back. But just having your mental right for the next map. Like, okay, you're bummed. Something didn't work. You're almost getting embarrassed at this point at 12-1. But like, hey, reality check. Series ain't over. About to be equalized at 1. Like, reset the mental.
Right.
And like I said, just start thinking about, okay, I'm going to do my job here on whatever's left of mine, but, I'm not going to pin my hopes and dreams and my heart on whether or not we can make this a respectable scoreline.
Even respectable seems very much out of reach. As Immortals on the attack, playing this one nice and slow. Lipo's going to get one, but then kind of has to back up. Shock darts, bullets, everything flying his way. They've thrown that and the kitchen sink at him as Thwifo drops. Looks like they're going to get onto A. And Pure was in a good spot, at least good enough of a spot to get one and delay things a bit, but it's not enough to stop things entirely. The wall's going to go up out of Rossi. The spike is going to go down. XSET looking to retake from pipes. Again, understanding that U-Haul is a place where things have to go down. And they do go down. In favor of Immortals, Aaron, the last man standing. You mentioned at this point, if you just kind of... Yikes.
Okay.
You mentioned at that point, if you just kind of punt, really, right? Like, get rid of it, understand that as awesome of a story as it would be, it's insanely unlikely that you come back from a situation like that. Aaron tried, had some magic happen, but again, the shorty twice, right? 2 rounds in a row proved to be a bit too much as Immortals, they whoop XSET, and they whooped him bad.
That was a blowout. I mean, there's no other way to put it, as that was an absolute trouncing. And the weird thing is if you just, like, take those first 6 rounds of attack and you look at each and every one and their outcomes, it's like XSET probably should have had 3 or 4 rounds to start that game. Like, had it been really close, especially when that pistol round, which I'm sure at some point today we'll see a replay of Gangsta just deleting folks. But man, like, that there was a lot where that was almost a very hype first half, and it just was not. 11-1.
It was not.
Oof.
It was not. It was not at all. With that in mind, with that behind us, the good news is for XSET, for you all hanging out at home, for us, we do still have one more map to go. This series is going to be decided on Split. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dog battle.
Like in groups, always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literally.
Spike defused.
All right, baby, that shellackin's in the books. Hopefully for XSET, they're able to put that behind them as things are going to be decided on Split. Again, for both of these teams, this is a fight for tournament life. The loser goes home. The winner advances. I'm Doug. That's Lex. How do you move past what we just saw if you're XSET?
I mean, honestly, the last 2 or 3 rounds of that game, this time in between right now, like, go walk it off, man. Hopefully you start joking around, having fun with your teammates. You just got 13-1, which, like, there's no graceful way to take that except to laugh about it, right? Like, oh my god, here's the clutch that really started things off here for Immortal.
Dude.
Like, man, like I said, the first half of this game just seemed like, okay, some real solid opportunities for XSET that Immortals just yoinked away on the back of some individual plays and skill that can't really be accounted for when we're talking about this analysis of a team, whether or not we can gauge their success, because everything worked for Immortals here, nothing worked for XSET to me.
I mean, even plays like that, like shot up blast packing his way across, cabbages in the face, taking care of the kills he needed anyway, and then I really think like the shorty at the end there really like
disrespect, man.
Yeah, man, hitting him where it hurts. And I mean, the timeline, the stats across the board, really kind of telling the story of the massacre that just took place for XSET. And now you mentioned it, right? Like, you put this behind you, right? You move on. That what's done is done. All you can do is focus on the next map.
Right.
Now tell me this. We've talked about XSET, right? And reasonably so, how they're going to respond from what just took place. But talk to me a bit about Immortals, right? Like, you're riding high on the fact that you just did that to a top North American team. You've got to be feeling really good here, right? Like, even Shot Up's happy at this point.
Yeah. I think the trouble with talking about going into Split here is I think both of these teams, like, throughout, we're going to be highlighting different segments of aggression, map control that they're taking, especially early on in the rounds, fighting for B main control, stuff like that. Well, I think Immortals is going to be coming into this match, or this final map, rather, with all the confidence in the world to do that. And with how devastating little interactions like that can be throughout a map like Split, especially, I think this could very well continue to be bad news for XSET. And this kind of ties into what we were just talking about, where the mental fortitude really has to shine through here, and somebody on the side of XSET has got to step up in a big way. And kind of like Ascent, we saw Pure and Dwytho really kind of come alive and heroically win rounds for XSET. Well, we're missing that right now, and unfortunately, we're missing it across the board.
Right, at least we were on Bind. First map was a bit of a different story, but again, now all of that is behind him. Nothing else matters. It all comes down to Split, which is going to be the decider of this map. XSET looking to rebound, Immortals looking to pile things on, and there was a large percentage of you, I'm not going to say how many, because I don't want to put the spotlight on you all, but there were a whole lot of you who were feeling XSET going into that match. Didn't pan out. Maybe you just don't vote for the team you want to vote for anymore. May have something going on there, but either way, I think XSET. And the thing is, look, yes, that happened, but XSET can respond, right? Like, they're built to respond. They're built to really respond to the adversity, to bounce back from situations like that and walk away just fine. So yeah, that map was ugly. Let's not sell it short or try to convey something it wasn't. It was ugly. But I feel really good about XSET and their ability to respond. Yeah,
and kind of, I may have brought this up already, but I think, especially when you were talking about a 13-1 loss and you're down at that point, like, it's a much easier situation to just straight up forget. Like, to quite literally go into this matchup and be like, all right, well, we won Ascent, we lost Bind, so what? Like, the last map didn't even happen, guys. Like, let's go. Right. And I don't know whether or not we're going to see a Viper out of We Did here, but or a Yoru out of Waifu. Yeah, okay. These guys are just trolls, man. Just messing with us.
They are indeed. Rossi, however, is not messing with us. He's going to lock in the Breach, which I am personally a fan of. I love Breach. The more Breach we see in North America, the better, in my opinion. Gangsta on the Sage. JC Staney once again on that Astra, and Chemicals whipping out the Jet this time around. Meanwhile, for XSET, all of the picks have come through, and Jet is not one of them.
No, and BCJ, who, for a large segment of his tenure on XSET has been rocking the Omen, moves to Breach, as We Did picks up the Sage, and Aaron moves to the Astra. So XSET a little untested on Split with this new comp that they've been rocking. And that is a little concerning to me, just by virtue of the fact that we just came off a 13-1L. That's another thing that you have to kind of worry about is, what's the team dynamic going to be like rocking the Breach on BCJ and, this newer composition that you're running without confidence? Like, if you aren't coming into this map with these kind of nuanced picks, I guess, where you're kind of changing your roles around again, it does make me a little bit worried for their ability to kind of pull off that early round aggression, contesting for the mains, getting the early round advantages, the more impactful things that you can do, to set a round in your favor, especially at the beginning of rounds. I think that is still going to be full-on Immortals advantage here.
Very well could be the case. Immortals is going to start on the attacking side, see what they can do to get past the defenses. of XSET, and you know we highlighted the Jet, but I think one of the bigger things to take away from here, and Lex, I'd love your thoughts on this. XSET only opting to bring one duelist into the fold,
I'm less
while
opinionated.
Immortals prioritizes the duelist role more.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just a little less opinionated when it comes to this stuff than. Okay, early action over at A main as the orb does get contested. XSET. I don't know how much they got as far as a read on Immortals goes, but Immortals immediately retreating back towards B with all 5 players. Sure to set up and execute here in a moment.
Wall went up across the middle of the map. Impeding any pressure that way. The wall, this wall's going to go up. The flash follows as Chemicals dashes his way onto the site. He's gotten into the back. I believe that's Thwifo. Yeah, Thwifo just on the other side of the wall in a pretty precarious spot, having to shoot the Roomba out. Meanwhile, we did. Good for one. Pure has arrived to the party. Oh, this is such a good spot. This is such a good spot. Pure is able to take one out. Gangsta trades it out, and then they push through the wall. They get the kills that they need, and they win the pistol.
Wow. And it really starts with Weeded getting that long-range ghost tap onto the face of somebody. I don't know who it was, but that retake was so clean. Aaron even pressing forward there around Pillar to get that lateral damage out. Wifo buying a whole lot of time, making sure players can advance up into that held position. And XSET attacking as a unit. This is what we needed to start this map 3, Doug.
Yep.
It's a pistol round win, a feel-good victory for XSET after a really horrendous last 40 minutes.
Right, we'll see how they choose to play this out. So they're bringing a couple Spectres. Twyfo's going to have the judge. Meanwhile, Immortals opting not to force, while opting to go hot and heavy towards A. You imagine this one very well may be quick. Chemicals jump, dash across, and somehow finally drops. Rossi trades him out, however, is now BCJ. Is one of the lines of defense. It looks like they might try to exploit ramps. What will XSET do with that?
I think they know BCJ's stuck over here. Pure's going to have to bail him out as best he can. He does. BCJ only on a frenzy this round, opting to pick up 3 flash points instead of an investment into an SMG. Going to value his kit throughout the duration of this game, I'm sure, so building an early bank for him. That's an excellent call it an anti-thrifty for XSET in terms of just their ability to handle that situation. Really think, like right here, the flash and dash is something we're going to see out of Immortals the entire time through this game with the Jet. Fact is, XSET started here with 3 players for a reason, expecting this kind of aggression. There's only so many places that you can abuse that tailwind with a flashpoint. Actually gain a lot of map control, and A ramps being one of them. Maintaining the frenzy, a couple SMGs. Just basically keep the same buy from last round here as XSET on their bonus.
It'll be interesting to see how they play around Garage. I was actually just about to mention that. You see the fault line just enough to make them think about it, right? And we saw this yesterday. You hit that a lot. You hit that fault line. You go, well, we can push through. Like, they can push through that. We have to respect that, right? So you'll see some of the mind games play out where you condition a team to expect a certain thing, and then just when they're not thinking about it, when they expect something else, that's when you pull the rope on them, and that's when you push through. Lifo here with the judge. We mentioned it. Oh no, he's gonna get smoked out. Yep. Nope. That doesn't feel good.
Oof.
Rossi wise to it. Takes care of Thwifo. Now they're gonna really push away into showers. You have a couple of members on the side of XSET playing towards A. He did with the Bucky. The judge was no good. Can the Bucky deliver more? Yes, it can. Good for one. Chemicals trades it out as they dash their way onto A. But, oh my gosh, ramps was left unchecked. Aaron's going to work his way in. Yeah, he's good for one, and he steps back. I love that. Shot up, taking care of Pure. Oh, shot up good for another one as well. The blast pack up.
Oh my gosh.
An excellent response from Immortals.
Oh my gosh. Just shot up full confidence there. Yeah, that little bit of a ramp lurk almost set them up for a nice retake. XSET gonna fall on the bonus though. considering, you know, had that aftershock not gone straight to the brain of Wifo earlier on in that round, that would have been a 4-on-3 retake scenario. It really could have been doable at that point, but unfortunately, not the biggest deal in the world. You're moving to the rifle round here for XSET.
There.
Already we see the fault line out, as we mentioned, but this time slower coming through to really impede any aggression.
I feel like we're going to see, kind of like you're highlighting, Doug, this duel over here at B main throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah. And I think another thing to keep in mind, or to keep an eye on, is where does where does We Did place the wall at the beginning of the round? We've seen it mid a couple of times. So if you know that they're not pushing in through B garage because of the aggression that you're placing that way, and you've got the wall up too, it kind of limits some of the options that they have, right? They can just go ahead and shoot through it or wait it out, but oftentimes you're going to funnel them elsewhere on the site, and in this instance, it's going to be right into all of the utility that Wifo has set up.
It almost seems like it's a bait, though. Yeah, We Did immediately challenge back here at mid. They had Breach ready with the flashpoints to essentially, you know, okay, they're going to spray down the wall. They're going to think we're empty at mid and rotate it elsewhere. It doesn't even matter. We Did just takes the raw duel and wins it. 5v4 now, but it doesn't matter. Immortals undeterred has taken ropes. Boys to split through A heaven.
Yeah, no question about it, right? They're blasting all the way in, but there's some of that utility again from Breach, from Killjoy, that just delays them long enough, right? And with 15 seconds left, you're going to have to do something very quickly, as Twyfell's still looking to continue to anchor onto the back of the site. Good to take care of JC Staney as he continues to cause havoc. Meanwhile, Aaron comes in from the side, sucker punches him. A flawless round for XSET.
Yeah, well done from XSET to recover there. There was a bit of a opportunity, it seemed like, for Immortals to really drive the wedge over at A heaven. The rotates were very far over at B. Aaron was on an island at screens with a teammate on site. Wifo. Even Wifo just made a misstep, and I think he shot the air at one point. Could have gone the other way. But with much time that was on the clock, I think it was like 20 seconds left as they were coming out of heaven, Doug. Immortals was off kilter and certainly falling headfirst into an A site that was going to be denied from them. So forced onto pistols now. The first time in a while, we could say XSET control this half right now.
I would absolutely have to agree. And once again, we see this battle across garage. The Spike is not in tow right now, so they haven't fully committed onto anything. There's a good bit of utility that's cleared out from Shot Up in the space he's been able to take up into Mail. You read the writing on the wall, and you imagine this is a hit that will go towards B. And look at how far up Shot Up is. Right? Like, and he's able to get a kill onto that. That's high impact, looking for a second, and he gets it. Shot Up continuing to cause problems. Aaron snuffs that out. But the Spike was nowhere near the site at all. Lex, in that play, like, their intentions were very clear. Immortals was just going to fight their way onto the site and get the kills they needed.
Yeah, and it almost worked out. Shot Up, obviously having a tightrope act up there on the balcony of B heaven, but you know, he finds that first one at Wifo and he grabs the second one at BCJ. You think at that point, you know, if that had been for free and unexchanged frags, those would have been hugely impactful. Instead, like you said, Immortals just kind of getting run over on the retake. Aaron flying in, finding two. Now it's 4-1. A lot of rounds left here to play, so we're just getting started here on Split.
But look at the read. Right, they both read them. They both read each other at the same time. There was no fault line out of BCJ in the garage. There was nobody there, but they were on the other side, and they both played that so well. We did good for another one. He's going to bring back BCJ. They understand where that kill's coming from. Not able to get another one. Immortals responds with strength of their own as JC Staney and Gangster are able to get a couple.
Wow, I hope they still win this round, Doug, because that may have been the worst res of the year, if not. And the best. Gangsta in the same round.
Maybe not the best, but certainly better than the previous one. XSET pushes forward. BCJ good for two. Wifo comes up huge for XSET. And really, Lex, from the very beginning, that round could have easily gone either way. Like, the fact they both read each other, nobody was behind.
Yeah, you had a 4-stack on A, as you pointed out, Doug. And all of Immortals is there, ready to execute onto A. So you know it's going to be an absolute brawl. but it really seemed like XSET won that round straight up on a 4v2. You know, I think I did already bring it up, but I'm going to say it one more time. We may have failed that res a little bit. Okay, putting his team into a 5v2 was not a priority, number one, and then two, he failed to bait it properly, so they both died. Really, that could have gone the way of Immortals, which probably should have happened. Nevertheless, another AXE coming through, and Waipo immediately pressured, but he finds the first on a Chemicals, and now it's a 5-on-4.
Yeah, I believe Chemicals had a Bucky who wasn't going to deal enough damage in that moment, as we did very comfortable giving up the site, as is the rest of XSET, understanding that if they can keep control of Heaven, they're just fine. Rolling Thunder's going to come out. Waipo in that moment pushes in. A shot up gets 2 with the showstopper. Looking for a third. Yep, gets it. Drops. Waipo with 3 of his own, as Rossi's going to fall as well. Waipo with 4 on the round, and while it seemed like nothing was going in favor of XSET on Bind, Lex, it seems like everything is falling their way on Split.
Now the turntables. 6-1 now, XSET. Yeah, looking like they are just ready to run away with this half. Waipo coming out with another huge round in this game. And, I mean, we just look at the scoreboard now. Aaron, we did, Waipo, those are not just feel-good frags. These are impactful, and oftentimes these guys at the end of these rounds are collecting multiple frags on the retake, and that's a shade of XSET that maybe we were, you know, buying. Definitely, we didn't get to see it because they basically didn't get to play a single defensive side, but we haven't seen since Descent for obvious reasons, and it's such a nice, refreshing take to see, okay, we got ourselves a series. And this last map is certainly going to be keen to watch. This Immortals struggling to find a footing here.
Yeah, again, it's been a lot of the early moves from XSET that have been so difficult for them to work around. Weeded gets the wall up. BCJ with the fault line into garage to impede any of that early aggression, and then look at all of the Astro Stars that are just littered across the middle of the map. XSET have just played this defensive half, and obviously, right? Like, you can look at the score and you can tell that, but I don't think that tells the whole story. I don't think that accurately highlights how dominant XSET has been on this defensive half.
Yeah, Immortals definitely looks like they're grasping a lot of these rounds. I think the biggest part for me, Doug, is XSET is not giving away any picks. No. Oh, here we go.
Good Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide, but my gosh, BCJ, they just walk into his lap and he mows them down. It's open season on Immortals players there for BCJ as he gets 3. JC Stanny, good for 1 onto Waipo, but that might be all he's good for. And Lex, like, the setup was there, right?
Yeah.
The Cosmic Divide comes out, the Rolling Thunder follows, and then BCJ happened.
Well, I think this is maybe something that would be better suited for like a podcast VOD review type deal, but the breach positioning of BCJ has been stellar in this half.
Yeah.
Okay. And sometimes that's like a pre-round setup where he's playing with 2 teammates to support, and it just happens to be in the right place at the right time. But I also think his rotations, generally speaking, have been not just to the correct site in the correct area of attack, but, you know, right there is a perfect example of using his own utility to set himself up. All right, like, certainly his teammates that are getting rolling thundered on the right side of pillar, you know, as Immortals is coming out, they're thinking, okay, let's press forward and get these kills, right? Like, you know, at least one of them got hit. Heard a lot of different spam coming through from that area, so a lot of free real estate, seemed like. And instead, BCJ just kind of dropping the flashpoint in the corner, swinging the edge of pillar, finding 3. That is, not even Immortals was ready for that.
No.
Well,
right, and that's so
not Immortals.
Yeah, obviously the case. And look, when you want to hit something hard and fast like that can be so devastating. Immortals now on the attack, bit of a different look, right? Like it, well, and that's already paying off as Shot Up gets the best of Pure.
I may have spoken too soon on the I haven't seen XSET getting picked comment because, well, first 5-on-4 we've seen in a minute from Immortals.
Cosmic Divide coming out. Spike is still down, and I think a lot of this is just like wait things out, right? Like, you don't have to fully commit to anything. Weeded's wall up is up across the middle of the map, But I like what we're seeing out of Chemicals here, just like patiently waiting, ensuring nobody's pushing his way through. They may be able to get onto the site pretty well. Yeah, the flashes are coming through, but Dwipo looking to stand strong yet again. 2, 3, 4. Dwipo with the ace, baby! Are you kidding me?
What? Dude. Dwipo just avoiding every piece of breach utility, dances around the pillar and finds 5. Doug.
What a play.
I mean, dang, bro. Like, look at that. That's just... Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, it's so pretty. Very good chance that's the aim lab flick of the day. Anyway, XSET, much like I mentioned earlier, everything going their way. The wall's up across the middle of the map. No fault line in the garage this time. We didn't see it in the last round as well. So you're seeing some of that adjustment probably. Well,
I mean, the fault line doesn't come through. BCJ's over at A, sending his zone through there. You get the information, and now they're ready to defend mid from ropes. So that'll be the interesting thing to watch here.
Yeah, and I think what I was going to say was for Immortals, they're just looking to try something different, right? But there's just no place that's safe. Pure is already good for 2. BCJ looking to pile it on as he's just full sending with this flash, able to get 1. They also understand where the spike is. He unfortunately falls. But XSET still have the numbers advantage.
Maybe been a little bit of a fluke. Yeah, I mean, that's the threat that we haven't really seen throughout this game yet is, you know, sometimes with Sky, sometimes with Breach, but not really knowing where the Breach is on a map is so scary, especially when you don't necessarily know if they have ropes. And right there, Pure getting flashed out and then flashing for himself, BCJ collecting 3 total. But, like I said, maybe a little bit of a fluke as he gets caught out by JC Stanny and now Immortals, who really could use a round like this. Like an odd man, just kind of contact, win a gunfight, trade it out, and clutch it up. That'd be huge, Doug, because 8-1, if you slide to 9 here, 10 seconds left, this is tough.
10 seconds left.
Dwipo, they don't know he's there, right? The smokes went up, the wall was there as well. As he's playing around the pillar, the footsteps come through, and Dwipo drops. It didn't matter if they knew he was there or not, smoke or not, he drops. And now, Immortals can set up this really pretty high-low on this corner that the truth is XSET has to check, right? Like, they have to push into, they have to clear that out. Can't afford not to. JC Stanny swings. Pure does as well. Gangsta, Pure in a 1v1, and Pure wins that one as well. A 4K for him. Lex, nothing is going wrong for XSET right now.
No, this is whatever gaming god that they Immortals had on their side for bind has now switched over to XSET because every little detail is going in their favor, even when seemingly Immortals has capitalized on a weakness somewhere. You know, that little bit of greed from Dwipo to creep the plant box altogether was a mistake maybe, but cleaning it back up, Pure, who has just been so confident today. Him and Dwipo are definitely the MVPs of this XSET roster so far, you know, at least today and throughout the series for sure. And right there is why, is late in a round when you need it most, your teammate delivers. That's Pure with the 4-piece in the clutch. And, you know, kind of to finish what we were just talking about, Doug, with Immortals, man, just nothing seems to be going right. And I'm not really sure what they can do differently.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot, really, because they've shown a couple of different looks, and they've really not been able to net any progress. Now, this is a slightly different look from XSET, as you see aggression through Garage, again, off the backs of BCJ's utility. But Immortals feeling some of that pressure, they're just going to take the middle of the map and try to exploit Mail up in B Heaven, but it's going to be so much easier said than done. The lockdown coming out, and they totally misread that.
Gunfight upstairs is so sketch.
Shot up, already good for 2. Oh man, Pure Showstopper gets a couple of his own. The res is going to come up. Dwipo alone in a 1v3. He's not around for long. Immortals play that really well, and XSET, they kind of seemed a little lost in the sauce for a good bit of that round as Immortals get to the second.
Yo, I mean, a couple things. Obviously, Immortals winning that round is huge.
Yes.
But they also just found, you know, a weakness that they've already found once in this game, but they haven't come back to it, and that's that B Heaven split.
Yep.
Where a couple times we've seen Shot Up literally walk out onto the balcony and pick up a double. Well, there he is doing it again. This time he's got teammates to support and utility in the right places to make that execute a reality. And now, you know, that was by no, even though there was 3 players alive at the end after the res, didn't exactly seem like a decisive round win, but I wonder whether or not in this last round here they're going to go back to it.
Right, and look, I think you even start to think about what you were just saying, Lex, and Edid had been putting his wall up across the middle of the map for the vast majority of this half. But look at the adaptation already, understanding they can't just rely on the wall. They need to invest a bit more as far as personnel goes to avoid this area from being exploited.
Yeah, and the breach is here. Sage slows are here. Raze is here. Like, they're 3 of the most important defensive kits on the map are all ready to go if they try and play that B Heaven split again. Instead, they get snubbed. Immortals has to regroup back towards A now.
All right, so an excellent response from XSET, understanding where their weakness was. They'd been hit there a couple of times and it didn't feel good. They weren't going to be had a third time. You see the Cosmic Divide is going to be coming out. It looks like they want to hit A. The thing is, Aaron is anchoring A. Right, the Wifo's there. He's going to be there for some help as well. But so far, Aaron's so good. Hasn't been spotted. Not even able to get a kill. Right, his Dwifo was good for one, but he eventually drops as well. It's going to be on the remaining members of XSET on the rotate to retake.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. I imagine they're going to come through the divide. Yep. Try and use that few seconds where they know it's just a 2-on-3 as the planner drops that spike on site. They see Stanny at main has other plans, silencing Weeded, who came through screens, grabbing a second on a Pure with a classic. And now it's just BCJ in a 1v3. Two opponents are a little weakened, so he finds the first onto the healthy JC Stanny. Rolling Thunder ensues. The Chemical swings and silences any sort of effort. The 1v2 for BCJ.
Man, and that looked like that could have easily gone the other way, right? If not for Chemical sidestepping the Rolling Thunder, BCJ continues to wreak havoc. He continues to press onto the site and potentially gets that diffuse in that 1v2. But again, Chemicals goes up big there to land that last kill onto BCJ. And honestly, it's not just that. The fact that, what was the score, 9-1 at one point?
Yeah, 9-1.
Yeah, for it to end at 9-3 is obviously still doesn't feel great, but you need those. You need just take what you can get, right? A round at a time. That's the only way you're going to chip back at this deficit.
Absolutely. Win pistol, 1 round at a time. And eventually, like, this is much more comfortable feeling. I mean, it's not just that it's 9-3. It's that you won the last 2 rounds of the half, right? So carry that momentum with you. Do what you can to take this pistol round if possible. And obviously, if you're on XSET, this is absolutely your map to win, the series to win. It's all in your court right now. It just has to do with sure everyone's on the same page, ready to start an attack half where, like, we haven't necessarily seen them play poorly on attack all day today, Doug. Especially when we're talking about a series against Envy. It's not as though that's an easy attack half ever, but you do, at least I'm going to wonder, you know, if you're XSET, is there anything that you can exploit on the side of Immortals? Obviously, you've got a Jet here. But without, like, just kind of us theory crafting too much, I'm just openly speculating. Like, I wonder what they're going to try and press their advantage against them. It'll be interesting to see.
It looks like they're going to want to press their advantage across the middle of the map. You see a stack coming in from Sewers and from Ramen. BCJ with the early fault line. The smokes it out as well. I mean, it's not like they're necessarily being quiet about it. But as soon as they get through into vents, they cut noise. Shot up. Wise to it, man. He's going to get a chance at something special here. But when you've got a couple of players on the other side, he didn't even really know. It was just Pure he saw. But at that point, you have every idea of where the play's going. Good flash. Chemicals drops. Frosty looking for another one. He managed to flash both, but wasn't able to connect on anything with the classic. Pure is going to get the spike down. Gangsta and JC Stanny. JC Stanny... the wall goes down. Now it's going to give him a bit of room to work with. But a 2v5 where they're all huddled onto the site. Make that a 1v5. You know where you are, too. It's just almost a foregone conclusion here.
That'll do it. 10-3 now. XSET looking so good on this series now, Doug. And, you know, coming into this map, I spoke myself a little bit about, you know, question mark for me was, is XSET going to mentally reset? Are they going to have confidence, the same confidence they did in map 1? You know, coming into split, well, having such a comfortable half, 9-3, winning the pistol here, I can't imagine a world in which XSET ever is going to doubt their ability or capacity to win this map and the series.
Yeah, I was curious to see how Immortals would play this. They're bringing 4 Buckies into the fold, so they certainly they're looking for a spark. They're looking for something to get momentum going back their way. Meanwhile, Spectres everywhere for XSET. They drew out some of that utility. They invested a bit of their own into B, into Garage, but that's really it. Nothing really doing either which way.
Yeah, across any of the games that we've casted together so far this weekend, Doug, I don't think I've seen a single Bucky buy round win. Which I may be factually incorrect there. I may have missed a round at some point, but I think it's just strange that despite the fact that the Bucky has the reputation that it does, you know, at this level anyway, I just am saying, like, at this level, these teams have adapted pretty darn well with how to manage these rounds.
Well, you say that.
Now whether I just jinxed it.
Right. You say that. Shot up. Looking to make you eat your words, and nope, not even one. Fancy footwork there from Pure. The flash was there as well. He's able to land the shots, and he blast packs his way up into heaven to apply that pressure. BCJ looking to get the spike down. XSET look to put Immortals away. Pure good for one as well. He's eventually going to drop, but Dwifo. Dwifo not able to land it. He got messed up. Just down to 3 health left. He's going to have to back off. Chemicals was trying to lurk his way around. Dwifo welcomed him gladly. Now, on the site, the wall's up. Rossi not easily able to get his way in. Maybe deal some damage from over the wall. That looks like that's all he's going to be able to get for now. Spots ahead of we did. A couple of haircuts, but nothing connecting yet. And that might be, yeah. Well, I was going to say it might be just enough bait for Chemicals to get into an advantageous position, but it doesn't pan out. BCJ takes care of him to get the round win for XSET, and my goodness, night and day, Lex. Absolute flip from what we saw in the previous map.
Man, like, this is honestly, I'm a little surprised that it's this lopsided. I definitely didn't expect it to flip so drastically in the other direction, especially considering just how good Immortals looked as individuals. It really seems as though XSET is just playing so well together. And I didn't mean to try and jinx them there, but even just handling that anti-eco in the round prior was impressive to watch. A shot up opens it up now onto Dwifo, first one of the round here, and it makes them quickly reconsider their A advance.
Yeah, the gravity well, Dwifo was just sitting there. He had no choice, just out and exposed. And that kill comes through, and as you said, they're going to reconsider how they choose to play things. They want to go up the middle of the map and actually return right back to where they came from, potentially looking to clear out some utility and vents.
It was just a sound fake to draw the rotate. You see Chemicals flying to A now. Flying to A. He's coming back, but rated out the B site. It's now theirs.
Ooh. Chemicals managing to dash to safety. The wall was there, but it looks like XSET have managed to get onto the site anyway. The spike is going to go down. And they can't, I mean, they're going to have to shoot through the wall to get back into heaven. And you can't really go in from defender spawn because that's not necessarily safe either, understanding there may be a crossfire. How do Immortals get back into this thing? How do they get into the site? It looks like they're going to opt to take heaven control. The spike continues to tick away. Shot up. Creeping his way around. Spots one. Shot up looking for a second. No, it's Weeded and Pure that leave Gangsta alone. And he's not going to be able to deliver it either. I mean, except for them to find themselves at match point, at series point, and on the cusp, the precipice of eliminating Immortals at this point, given what we saw on the previous map, is just so dang impressive.
It's so much fun to watch. I mean, this is why, you know, I personally do, but others as well speak so highly of XSET and the capabilities of this roster. I mean, 12-3 on attack side split now. And, you know, at no point in this series do I think they've been a decisively just like they look better than Immortals. Like even on Ascent, looked pretty even to me. But here, you know, Bind really didn't even do that for me either in Immortals' favor. But you got to be impressed now with how they've recovered.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. To watch.
XSET teeing up something towards B. That's already one kill coming through as Pure drops. Maybe a bit too froggy.
I think they were going for that early fight, using the flashpoint to create a little bit of space, and
maybe
that orb is still there for the Rolling Thunder. I was wondering if BCJ was going to grab it. He did not. There it is. From
Oh, but it's going into Eden. To bring Pure back. Chemicals with the Bucky, though, just jumping over the wall and raining fire down upon their members of XSET who were just on the other side. Somehow through that, XSET still walk away with 3 remaining. BCJ got the Rolling Thunder, but he's dead. So that's not going to be a factor this time around. Pure does have the showstopper as XSET think twice about how they want to play this. They rotate out, looking for the middle of the map, and now we see the mid-round calls. Whether or not they're able to find something to exploit that there. They're wanting to go towards Heaven. An excellent crossfire, but we didn't Pure snuff it out. Shot Up and Chemicals alone. Chemicals once again with the Bucky. He's eventually going to drop. Shot Up. Fighting to keep his team alive. To keep his team in the tournament. In a 1v2, Weeded gets a spike down. And things come to a screeching halt. Shot Up spotting one. They understand where he is now, and that's so much information gathered for XSET. You still have Astra utility Shot Up. I like that. Playing out the fake. Not blasting all the way through. The gravity well not going to connect. He did wise to it. Oh my gosh, we did wise to it. Like a phoenix. Folks, from the shellacking that they took on the first map to rise out of the ashes and win in that manner is so impressive. What a win for XSET.
Yeah, that is tough for Immortals. Just the resilience out of XSET to bring that series back, and not only just bring it back, but just win it in the decisive fashion that they did. Hats off to XSET, an impressive performance, and congratulations on advancing in the tournament.
And that takes some grit, as you said, for them to do it in that manner, and they just look so clean across the board, right? The Astra was so difficult to deal with. The wall and the fact that they were able to apply so much pressure across B Garage on the defensive half just really left Immortals in a spot where they couldn't comfortably go any which way. And yeah, they got the last 2 rounds in the half, but at that point, things looked so good for XSET.
Right. And I mean, if we would contrast Bind a little bit, where, you know, they were able to take map control a lot of the time, but weren't winning their gunfights. Definitely on Split, it seems like every engagement somehow XSET was coming out on top, and I think the scoreline shows that.
Oh yeah, I mean, even you think about the ace that came out across Pillar and everything really just kind of clicking their way. And look, folks, I know we mentioned it a couple of times, but you have to understand, for XSET, this is a big win because it did not come easy, right? How good they looked on Ascent in a really close match. I'm ultimately going in their favor, 13-11, if I'm not mistaken. And then, well, we've talked about Bind and how well that went, and for them to dig deep, really, and come out with a win like that, that's grit, right? Like that's championship winning DNA right there.
A little bit of heart, a little bit of soul. This was actually a really impressive Bind performance out of Immortals.
Well, yeah.
Like I said, I mean, it's not just the score, but so many of these rounds, XSET just found themselves at an advantage and still time and again, we're getting basically blown out in the late exchanges in the post plants and the gunfights that just weren't going their way. Yet a lot of that luck, whatever you want to call it, timing, favor, it all came back to reap the rewards here on Split. Look at that.
Dude, and like that spot around the pillar, you even saw in that highlight package a couple of times where that proved to be problematic for Immortals. First, it was BCJ with the 3K, and then it was Slipo with the ace. Just a really pretty win across the board for XSET. You know, you see it play out in the timeline, right? Just bleeding blue frag wins across the board, and then a couple of objective wins just to show that they can do it on both sides. But man, look at Pure. Pure just really across the board, right? And when you win 13-3, everyone eats.
Yeah. You definitely look good on the stat sheet when your team wins that way, no matter what. But really, I mean, even going back to their Envy series earlier today, the one player on the XSET roster that it seemed like when the team was down and out or needed an entry or needed a round that maybe was going to be hard to come by, it was pure finding first blood. It was pure consistently, kind of finding those openings. And Wifo was winning a lot of those odd man situations. So both of those players, I give them my utmost respect because it was just impressive to watch.
Well, and I think somebody who we haven't talked about a ton, but I know we did during the matches, the impact that Aaron had, right? And he did it on a Duelist. He did it on Astra. You saw how much map he was able to control. Huge high impact kills as well. You can't overstress the importance of Aaron on that map in that series. And really for him to get those big kills after or on Split specifically, kind of knowing what was behind them, it was just really impressive across the board. But Aaron really impressed me as well.
Sure.
And again, a complete effort out of XSET with an excellent response as well. And you've got to tip your hat to Immortals too, right? Like, for as close as the first map went, and then the how well they looked on map 2, unfortunately, just come up a bit short. We're going to highlight a couple of these players really as things went down in the series. Both JC Stain and Pure, like, let's not sell it short. They both had excellent series.
Oh, yeah. And I think that's just one of those things you're going to expect from, players like JC Stanny and Gangstas. For the most part, guys are always going to deliver. Okay?
Yeah.
Even like guys like Shot Up who are just, stat padding, it seems like a lot of these rounds where they're just farming frags. These guys are going to consistently deliver individually. And I think, the addition of Rossi and maybe changing your composition around a little bit, there is room for finding that consistency on the remaining members of the team. You kind of got to be patient with that. But I think it's interesting that, when we're talking about these two rosters contrasting one another in the pregame, at least, I think I maybe lent the advantage, at least in my own mind, to Immortals to win here. And the fact is, XSET, facing that adversity, that aforementioned of adversity of a 13-1 find loss on map 2, it just makes it so much sweeter, not only to, I'm sure, cast as we are enjoying the hell out of it, but, for the players, they got to be ecstatic right now.
They do, and I'm sure we're going to see some of that bleed out in the interview, which, folks, we do have a Verizon post-match interview just around the corner. We're going to have a member of XSET, and I'm not going to tell you who it is quite yet. I would hate to spoil the surprise, but if you're just joining us, you missed the clinic on Split. XSET really imposed their will upon Immortals, cruising their way to a 13-3 win. They look good on attack. They look good on defense. They played the map insanely well. They were really beaming across the board. Nobody was missing shots. Everything was going their way. And that sent Immortals home packing. And Lex, you mentioned that there's room for them to adjust and room for them to continue to build on that consistency. They're going to have to do so in the second week.
Yeah, they're tough. I mean, it's tough because they're obviously out of this tournament, and either one of these teams being sent home, definitely think that they're both possibly top 4 teams in this tournament. When I was doing my predictions, Doug, just kind of figured they'd both be in more favorable fortunes at this point. But you know what? When it comes down to it, XSET was the better team here today.
Folks, I teased you, and I'm not going to tease you any longer. We do have Aaron joining us for the Verizon post-match interview. Let's get him in here. You've got to be riding Cloud9. Aaron, how you feeling, baby?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Hello?
How you feeling, man?
Hey, Doug, Lex. Oh, man. I feel amazing. The team is yelling nonstop. I'm just so excited. Thank you guys for putting on the show.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us. Now, Aaron, we got to talk about it, right? There's really no way around it. Y'all got whooped on Bind. It was ugly. I've got to ask, with that in mind, how do you respond? Like, from a morale perspective, from a team chemistry perspective, how do you put that behind you and then, really dish it right back on Split? We may have lost Aaron. Aaron, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yes, Aaron, I was asking about...
I heard you.
Go ahead.
I heard it. So Split, coming into split, it was a bit nerve-wracking, but we knew that in our split, and we've been doing a lot of changes on that. So we were coming into split knowing that it was the map that no one had VODs on us. No one was really, ready to see what we had in store. Bind was honestly a surprise. We honestly, before I say too much, it's like Immortals is just an amazing team. They've been just as consistent as we have. I think they are honestly one of the most consistent teams in North America. But we were not expecting to get 13-1 on Bind. That was just ridiculous. They played out of their minds. But it's weird. We always come through when it's the third map in the lower bracket to qualify. And I'm just really happy that our team could, pull it through and rely on what we practiced on.
Right on. Aaron, question for you would be, when it came to split, it seems like all 5 players, including yourself, had a highlight reel moment or two. But all of you were playing exceptionally well. What is the atmosphere in Discord or TeamSpeak, whatever you guys use it? What's the mindset going into map 3, right? Like, you guys just got trounced on Bind. You just told me that you guys are all happy and screaming that you just won. Like, were you guys super serious going into map 3? Were you just joking around, having fun, just trying to forget Bind? Like, what was the atmosphere like? Were you guys bummed?
Yes. Yeah. So I guess the last couple rounds of Bind were pretty upsetting. So it was, really quiet. People were just, pondering, thinking about what to do next. But, I have to give a shout out here to our coach. Our coach is, in between games, he's yelling at us, not yelling, he's blasting music. He's saying like, listen, guys, like, we've come so far. Why are we not going to give it our 120% moving forward? And, I think I guess people can rely on us to do good in clutch moments is because, when we're scrimming, we take scrims a lot seriously, more serious than other teams, I'd say. We always try to practice what it's like to be in that match moment. And you're not going to get 100%, right? You're not going to play with the same tenacity and same focus, but we try to get 70 or 80%. So when we come to moments like these, where, we're supposed to be nervous or we're supposed to be pondering what we're supposed to do, we're much more confident. But I will say that in that third map, Dwifo and BCJ, who've been, interchanging calling on our team, really, there was a lot of yelling. It was like, come over here, Jordan. I'm like, I'm coming, man. Like, give me a second,
Fair enough.
Well, it all panned out. Last question I have for you, Aaron. I'd love your thoughts on this. Given the performance at Masters and the early exit certainly wasn't what you guys wanted, to find yourself facing elimination against a team as good as Immortals, and again, how Bind went, how good of a win does this feel like for you?
I can't even explain, first of all, 2021 has been a roller coaster. We came into 2021 knowing that we were going to do good, but I think we've even exceeded our expectations. And that sets us up for the future. Our goal now is to qualify for Iceland, is to be consistently top 4 in the region. The early knockout of Masters was, super disappointing for us. And, as a team, as an org, we were expecting a lot more. We thought we were ready. But like I said, Immortals, most consistent team I've ever seen in North America right now. And they were kind of our rivals. We beat them earlier on in First Strike. And then the next 2 times they kind of devoured us. So to beat this team, they weren't the team that I or my team were hoping to play. It's not like Immortals was a team like, yo, I want to play Immortals. We're going to beat them. It's more like, oh, we're going to play Immortals. We got to be on our A game to beat them. Because as you saw, 13-1, like, I don't know, if we didn't show up in the first map, it easily could have been a 2-0 for them. So, nothing but respect to those guys. And, I couldn't be more happy that our team played really well today.
Well, again, Aaron, congratulations on the huge win. I'm sure there's still plenty of celebrating, riding Cloud9 as a high for the rest of your team. Again, congrats. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks,
Congrats,
Lex.
Aaron.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great day. See ya.
Be good. All right, big win, and you can tell like they fully understood, Lex, that second map wasn't pretty, but
yeah,
one of the things that I love to hear out of Aaron was just how much respect, right? Like as a team,
Sure.
like, yeah, man, Immortals is freaking good, and we know that, and we need to be at our best, and they were.
Yeah, and I think, he had mentioned something about having a really supportive, active coach who's just trying to get their their mentals reset going into map 3. I mean, that's pretty telling of me in a roster, especially like not just having that kind of outside influence, but having the maturity as competitors to respond to it appropriately, right? Like they came back into map 3 firing on all cylinders. It looked like a totally different team compared to Bind. And I mean, speaking of giving respect to your opponents, respect to the competitors, that was impressive to watch. I know we've said that already, but hats off to XSET.
Hats off to XSET, the roster, the coaching staff, and everyone that was able to put that win together. That was a big one. Like, I want to very quickly, we've got to look at it again, right? We've got the aim lab flick of the day.
Show us.
It's actually Weeded's 1v2 that we're going to get. So let's take a look at that, because that was really dang pretty as well. Just so crispy. Weeded going big there, stopping that, diffuse, getting that huge clutch win. And there was just so much there with 2 seconds left. Just pretty, man. So pretty.
Yeah, and that was like a weird retake scenario too, where I think it was like a 2-on-3 or a 2-on-4, and they came around with a round win. And to be honest, there was a few clutch scenarios for both teams on Ascent in particular, where I mean, it really was as close as you could make it. And the fact is, XSET came out on top, and they ended up winning the series.
They were indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket. I know there's been a whole lot going on before we close up shop, excuse me, and give you guys some closing thoughts, because there's still a whole lot of Valorant that we have in front of us, and I, for one, could not be happier. Version 1 coming through huge with a 2-1 win over Cloud9 Blue, an early exit for them out of the tournament. And as we saw XSET getting the best of Immortals, they're going to advance. And much like we saw earlier, 100 Thieves and Envy waiting up on the upper bracket. Lex, before we close, given the bracket, given what you saw today, any closing thoughts?
100 Thieves Envy is going to be fire matchup. XSET version 1. That's exciting because, I mean, version 1 obviously has been playing fantastically, but we've seen both of these kind of, I mean, XSET maybe is a few months ahead of them developmentally, but I'd say in terms of just like their capacity to win, how good these teams are and where they're competing at right now, I would love to see version 1 XSET go the distance if it comes to that. I think it's already impressive. I mean, a 2-1 win over Cloud9 Blue, who's, I mean, I would count them among those teams where they're kind of along, they're in the process of finding themselves or whatever, but it's still an impressive win regardless. And them coming out on top here today, you know, not just XSET, but version 1 here I'm talking about. I think both of those teams coming head to head tomorrow will be it'll be fun to watch.
Tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. Go ahead, clear your calendars, make sure you're hanging out. There are going to be matches, as you saw, bangers across the board, and you're not going to want to miss any of it. Folks, that is going to wrap us up for tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.